Ugh. Use that light instead of the other. That fucking berry. Well, I'll wait a minute or two for one of you to pop up. But, cause I don't know if this works the same way as Facebook used to or not. One at least has to be in here, but I don't think it works that way. I don't know. I don't ever keep up with shit like that these days. Anyway, I thought I would pop on. I don't really necessarily want to be here right now. I don't feel like it, and I feel like I'm dead. Or may die any second. So, there's that. I'm rather peppy for a dead girl, though. But that's because I just decided to have coffee I definitely should not be having. And some espresso in at almost 3 in the morning. Fake it till you make it. There's a bunch of stuff I'd really like to get to and need to get to in the next few days. And that I've been meaning to get to and that are important, but I'll get there as I get there. Or somebody will after me, or breaking case of emergency, whatever the fuck, or upload, or I don't know. Anyway. So, but those all take pretty lengthy limes, and no way I feel lately. It's just, ugh. But some are very time sensitive currently, and I really need to get some of those things. But I thought for tonight's purposes, I don't know, Maria, it's more of a, let's say, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of it, but there are instances throughout life, you know, like if you feel like you're fucking dying, you know, put a smile on and walk it the fuck off. Or, yeah, whatever. And there's some truth to, like, I always recommend those with, like, really low self-esteem, things like that. Those who have a hard time coming out of their shell, uh, don't think they're pretty enough, good enough, whatever, right? Walk in somewhere, pretend you have the best confidence in the world, even if you don't feel like it. And if you keep doing that over and over again, you realize that people react to that. And then it does actually boost, and you start getting more of the brain pattern and all this to think a little better of yourself, and people start reacting to you differently because you do exude less shyness and things like that. Yeah, it just depends, but as far as fake, I'm not about fake. Um, anyway, so I decided to hop on tonight, uh, just because I'm hanging out anyway. It's been, non-stop research and just hi friends. Um and it gets real heavy, dark and deep. And then trying to get the real stuff from the rabbit hole bullshit and all that, right? And to get it put together in a way to where it can go to others and they don't at any point ever have to have me any further. And say like lawyers and others can do what needs to be done with it and present it to courts in certain ways or law enforcement, whatever's needed. And yeah, they can make sense of it. And it's hard, right? Because I still have to pay attention to this realm, get other things. It's for me. It's also summer-oriented things that I've compiled and collected through the years, and things that need to be, I guess, held by others and kept safe. And left in case they're ever needed. Things like that, you know. And all these other things. So it's a little overwhelming some days. It gets a little heavy, dark, and deep. But I thought, you know what? There's this thing that popped up and happened yesterday. And I think it's just time we, you know, I know I've outed on some of these things over the years, obviously, as people have tried to shoosh them away and make them, oh, it's a spider, it's a da-da-da, that, and birds of it, and a blah, 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 you know? And they make jokes of it so that, it seems like a joke to you all. And by you all, I mean you all who are not part of the bullshit and are not part of the web sleuths and are not part of the true crimers and not part of the entertained flock and part of the dipshit brigades and all that. But those of you who are coming through or lay eyes on those calling these people out and blah blah blah, and you know, those hunting them as well, or those in and around other open and active investigations and cases, or communities who may come across this now or till whenever, and become aware of how they are, how they operate, what they do, how they will manipulate, mindfuck, psychologically, emotionally torment the shit out of you, use you, lure you in, insert in your lives even further, destroy your worlds, your communities, tamper with law enforcement, courts, justice, you name it, right? So they always have these goofy ways about them of, always trying to make things lesser than, all this thing. People are like, oh, it's a joke. Oh, it's entertainment. Oh, that person's crazy. Oh, this person's at this thing, right? But throughout the years, I've tried to show and tell sometimes. Um, for those that come along, so they are very well aware of what I mean when I say 40 owls and raincoats, or the hive, or well organized, right? Criminal empire over here, hidden inside of and around true crime, violating federal and international laws and actually helping be part of syndicates and shit across the world that do absolutely rub elbows with cartels and trafficking and money laundering and all the really bad shit y'all are supposed to be about stopping over here. Right? Anyway. Hey, whatever. We're here to save the babies and to stop real crime. They are the real crime. Run this motherfucker. Let me tell you. Anyway, there's some, though, throughout the years that just, there's something special. Or at least they think they are. It's been, and there have been many, and there still are. Still are, probably enough, even as it gets quieter and quieter and quieter. Who really continue their fuckery. Most, especially, well, I don't know, September, October last year, sort of laid the fuck off for reasons. And the last few weeks certainly is, I think everybody knows I'm sort of coming to a point, a zenith there where, look, fuck all y'all. I will straight rip the walls and the masks off and salt the goddamn earth in ways you never could and do all your little dirty work and your cleansing assholes and monsters and just say fuck it all. You know? And fuck all y'all and your personal lives, who you really are, your real identities and everything else in between. Just because I'm in a mood one day. Right? So, I think, yeah. Yeah, no, it's never been about saving or stopping anyone for these tragedy events. Not in any case since this genre of fucking entertainment started, apparently. Especially from once forward. It's always been about criminal empire shit. And it's been about them really getting rich off their Airstreams and their bullshit, and their $1,000 pillowcases and their goddamn summer cars and their, monkey thises and whatever that's. And it's $500,000 houses and, you know, and their drugs and their dope and their own criminal shit, their own real lives kept private and secret because of all the YouTubers. But it's actually them wanting to be kept hidden by the little subs who buy that bullshit. And that way they're not pulled out in the open or ferreted out and held accountable for it. Or open to the worldview like everybody else, and people can't dig into their private lives and see most of them are living in basements, drug users, giant ass criminal records, don't have custody of their own kids, fucking crackheads, prison sentences, thieves, cons, abuse, files a million miles long, and so that people wanting to sue them and to hold them at least civilly accountable have a harder time finding them. And a lot of them know they go outside of any bounds of normality or decency into such extremes and destroy people's lives in a way that they probably are in danger. And they probably do worry about someone coming and taking vengeance or being that pissed off at what they're doing to their missing or murdered loved one, family member, communities, falsely to them, this, that, and the other, that, yeah, you know. But that's a them thing. If they were responsible human beings who actually gave a good freaking damn about anything, they wouldn't have any of that to worry about, right? If they actually came in and were doing good and trying to help any of these survivors, fighters, victims, or families, any of that. And the long and short of it really is there is no brand new active investigation that needs the insertion of social media, web sleuths, um, advocates, uh, bullshit search groups, or any help at all. Okay? There is none. I don't give a shit. And why y'all always picking the white babies? Now, maybe go put a spotlight on indigenous or POC children, Yeah, and then I might believe you. But I don't. Because you never really do that. Those could definitely use more attention and things, but shit, we've seen what Benny and their belts done. Some cases where the children and women are POC too, so shit, I can't say any of you really belong in those realms either. And sadly enough, some of these children, these people, you all, the same group terrorizing Summer's case and so did Annette. Case for the past fucking 10 years more. Have been in, there really remains of children still not found. Most likely because of your insertion. Yeah. But people are indeed in prison. Now, who knows how long, because y'all have a habit of trying to get verdicts overturned as well. For more entertainment. That's holding true. I'm watching it. Y'all watching it. Either way. Yeah. Seen it. So, anyway, there's all that. But, you know, if they really want to go up, they'd go work some cold cases. Right? They really would. I ain't never seen them really do that, though. Never really seen them do that. Oh, we're just gonna get rid of that one, because we can. They're definitely in the wrong YouTube. Um, but I've always tried to sort of, and there are certain things or players or whatever you want to call these dipshit weasels and 40 owls and whatever that I'm not ready to fill it out yet. Um, and I've waited years on some of them, and I'll eventually get there. Uh, but sometimes though, man, sometimes just, and there's some throughout the years I've touched on briefly, or I mention here and there, most don't pay attention to. Right? Or they don't want anyone to pay attention to, or they never pick up on you. People ignore it on purpose around here. Really, what did I touch now? Anyway, um, so oh, I say and do it will, right? But tonight, it's so, I don't know. I'm just sitting here and it is so, that's what It usually doesn't bother me, but the silence tonight is just very. You could hear a pin drop. It speaks more of lethality than peace and tranquility. Very full of something. Usually it usually means predators are passing through, but that is not the case tonight. I don't know what the hell it is. It's just like, I don't. Tonight's silence don't sit well. So, I was like, well, I might have some coffee. Try to keep from killing over. And, shit, I might jump on here and see if everyone wants to have a life with me. Because I could certainly use one of those right now. Nope, we're not going to do looks-based compliments. I'm not a compliment fan anyway. Pass. So, I just don't like it. It's like, ew, cringe. Shit gets old. Internet's gross. Um, look here, 13. I don't even know. I can't. I'm getting old. I need a new set of glasses, but if you're asking me to twerk, you're definitely at the wrong channel. You, and especially in this arena, I will tell you though that there is an actual true crime criminal that twerks quite often, does it really well in front of people's missing neighbors they really know in real life. Her name is Jenny, and she's at Gavel Geeks. You should probably go see her about the twerk. As a matter of fact, it's almost her time to shine again. It is. Shit. I'm sure they'll have a live stream about it. There'll be some butterflies coming out of somebody's asses this year. Just hold on a few more days. We'll be blessed with the twerking tragedy pimps. So anyway, like I said, I think you're on the wrong channel, so you may want to go see her about that. I don't know how she charges for that service. Anyway, so probably Cash App or merch or something. Who the fuck really knows? It's free if you'll put her face in front of a news camera. Oh. Anyway. Or you give her database a look. No, not in the least. Alright. So I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? I'm gonna have to do it. Y'all really gonna make me turn this shit around? Yup. Because what else would it not like tonight be if they didn't? That's why we gave him nice things. Yeah, my hair really is a fucking mess. I really don't give a shit. Let there be light. Mm. People still use that term. It's pretty outdated, isn't it? Speaks of your age. Nick got nothing better to do is like probably older than I am. 50, 60. You really ain't got nothing better to do on mine than that. And that's pretty young. Oh, homophobic, and that's something we do not do around here. I'm glad you enjoy making the world a more hate-filled place, though. Wonderful for you. Hope you feel good about that at the end of your days on this planet. Spreading darkness. I know how you people like that. Wonderful. You are such good human beings. Now you're just making the world shittier by the day, one comment at a time, huh? Oh, see, the the purposeful trolls know how I feel about this. They're getting it in while they can because they know what's about to happen. It's fun for them anyway, I guess. Let's see if 5 does it. You know, 2. Actually, because I don't feel like babysitting in the least. So we're gonna try that. All right. No, dear. Seriously? No way. really not. Alright. So, how did I do? But I here's stereo. Well, that's tragic. Oh well. Okay. So, no, actually, I'm just gonna put my damn hair up. Alright. So, we're gonna have a walk and talk. And see and say. One of these critters. And I hate giving some of them attention. I do. Because it's what they want. And they want to build, and then they want to be known, and they want to blah, blah. Then if you know who's actually behind them, it makes it even goofier. Right? And then they get on their fills, and you got their 4 other channels and 13 other whatever's going. And it's all like 1 to 3 and 7 or 12 people doing things. Right. They get in their fills about the type of shit. And they also love the attention. Um, and they think me calling them out or highlighting them, they get off on it, but then they also sometimes get in their feels about it, and somehow they, like most good abusers and things, right? They do that whole, but they're being mean to me because, well, I was mean to them, but I didn't deserve it. Oh, now I got a justified reason to be even shittier and destroy. That's terrible. Look how I supported her. Look what I did. You know, just whatever. And you know, they just get up to shit. Also, they love to know that I've seen or read or come across whatever the fuck they wanted me to. At some point, they love those moments, right? They also think if I mention them, then that means I'm in my feels about it, or that they've elicited or triggered the response they wanted to see it, right? And then they all do this every night in the fucking lives. And like, oh, did you see what happened when like Jerry came up or something? Meanwhile, you ain't fucking talking about for like a goddamn year. You know, you're like, bitch, please, you really think I was, you know. And this has always been one of those, right? It has a flavor on it. Okay. Uh, much like a few other members of the fucking hive. Huh. So, I. One or two in particular. But, and because of the stupid it's gotten up to, it thinks in the smartest ways for all the years. It thinks, but not enough, and not for itself, clearly is evidenced by all the years of everything it's been pumping out, and then how it does it. But, this one gets real stupid. And it's always trying so hard to do all the things at once. The ooga booga, the vague threats, the seeing when it can elicit response, like wasting time, distracting. It's just got all the things in there, right? And then it randomly goes back and it's AI chat driven horse shit tells of whatever the fuck. And inserts little sentences of its own intentionally so you can always tell those. But yeah, and those are really supposed to be the things that only I can see, but might make me hysterical enough to pick up a phone call, please. Be like, oh god, this baby, look, officer, look, courts. You know, and then they'll be back here secretly going, tee, makes JSB look nice, or Ellie won't take her seriously, or, I'll never be held accountable every year for all the fuck shit I've done to her for years, and then mental, psychological, vague threat department, because nobody can tell, and they'll just say it's some random nutter. Anyhow, it's gonna work in it. The many tales I've heard from this shit show through the years, just wild. And I heard, vaguely glossed over, uh, randomly. I don't think I've ever sat down and read any of these full bullshit, no talent, obvious horse shit, wannabe writer drops ever. And I never will. There's been enough for mine to catch on to just compile and go on with it. And I usually, like, might, because there's always like 45, right? Or there'll be bursts of activity at certain times. That too is not lost on me. And, like, what are these motherfuckers? Like, it just, there's no, I don't know. You just can't with this one. But I'll tell you, it's been a good way to, I don't want to tell the rest of the hive, but this is how all of y'all fuck around and get fucked up. Is by continuing to have lunatics like this amongst you who do this and are doing it with you. And then how many, it's. And I don't care how much crazy making you want to pretend in the end. Or what real psych issues y'all. No, I don't think it's gonna fly. Just things like this that will be the downfall. And the connectors for all of you. So, no matter how goofy it sounds. But I thought we'd all have a walk and a laugh. And I'm gonna give it 5 seconds fucking attention. Because I can. And I feel like it. Sometimes you just feel like it. Alright. Now, here's what we're gonna do. Now, this particular thing, I know those of you who've been around here for all these years know that randomly when I touch on it, it's been around since like day one. Right. And before we ever were here. For sure. But it's went under many names. Right? And it's done it again, guys. It's done it again. No! I'm shocked. Oh no. Anyway, oh, the name it's chosen this time is rather egotistical. Mm. Alright. Someone take y'all down from here. Yeah. Alright. So, here's what we have. Okay. This is my held for review section. Now, 3 days ago, this fucking thing starts up. New name. Alright. I love it. Love the name change. Sugar. Alright. Now, I'm assuming, though, for reasons and timing right now, this could be very interesting to other folks. Now, this is to be my symphony. Started 3 days ago. Again, under this one. Well, you know what I mean. Now, I'm not reading all this shit to anyone. Y'all can. We'll do it this way, okay? And they're trying to leave a comment uh under a post of mine over there about the pictures from Scotty Skulls, right? So, this is the goofy bastard shit. Y'all can read all the stupid shit if you like. I'm not going to. y'all find anything strange about this? Interesting, isn't it? Hmm. So I did pick up on that sentence. I also picked up in here. Uh, yeah. So that's one. Yeah, this started 3 days ago. And then tries to get another one through, right? And it knows better. It always knows better. It knows that all comments are held. Now, let's try to get that one in on the Duped by Ryan eBay Mystery Files post. Right? Also, comment on the other Duped by Ryan Dubay Mystery Files post. And then right. In that one, they attempted to leave the Squall and Don K October 21. Right? Post. Oh, but then, you got this. There's nothing like pulling up and knowing predatory behaviors, blah, 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 blah. Right? Actually, we'll read this one. There's nothing like pulling up and knowing predatory behaviors in the community of a missing child when time passes for people to get comfortable. He's amazing at not investigating anything that directs her missing. Then you want to build a team to dig out what specific distractors. That's not predatory at all either. Winter if he's met the Wells, and if so, when. When does anyone point man at the parents? ones who she was in their care when she came up missing. I'm tired. Good night. Right? That's another doob. Doobie. Doob. Fuck. Right? But then, weird shit happens, right? And get this one with the hey, keep it up, by Go Giddy, right? 2 days ago. And that's on the pull the lever, cronk, someone's up to no good. Our request is my guess. And then inside of that live chat, what happened was people were coming in there. Oh, see, talking about bodies. And body counts, thinking they were being cute. But I hope I connect them to back here where they accidentally called me Body Sue. You look so much better being away from my mess. Love the tune. Who is it? Also on Pull the Lever Cronk. Right. And then, I don't know. Sorry I had such a bad night. Whatever. And then this one, 3 hours ago. Timing's weird around here. Let's talk over coffee here that has filtered themselves into oblivion. It's not even a real damn face. I swear to God, it's not. But I don't know you, but I'm going to be praying for you. You have a look on your face that says you need to surrender your mind and soul to the Lord. You're a very smart person who knows you need to be serving God and not letting Satan control your mind. If you know what happened this summer, I hope you tell it and you will feel free from the pain in your heart. The monsters will be gone and you can feel peace, love, and happiness. God bless you, Jody. And y'all recognize that name from around the streets? Because they seem to have listened to me quite a lot. To be all up in this shit, right? And the monster, blah, blah, and whatever, right? I guess another name. I just don't care. I love the attempted triggering, and we'll get to that later. Oh, look, and then they're there again 2 hours ago. Do you think it was an accident or trafficking? They're trying to leave these on. The truth is out there. The nightmares are everywhere, and monster behaviors and patterns. Right? It's cute. And then they're all like, I'm from a holler, and I know that people know what goes on with people in small communities. And therefore, I think it's known what happened to Summer, but people are afraid to tell it. All right. And then I'm from Holler, and I know that people, I don't know, they're double time. We don't know. It's fun. And then this hot fucking bullshit. Do you know the monsters who are responsible for Summer? And then the fucking fruitcakes, God will lead me to the truth. Whatever. Yeah, cretin. You say so. And then an hour ago, God loves you. Who else is pretty active during these last couple hours during this time frame? I don't know. Whoever could it be? Anyway, I really don't care. But back to this is to be my symphony here. This dipshit. Guess who it is? You'll never guess. You'll never guess. No! No, it could not be. It could not be. Oh, but also wait. They would all like us to know or to think that they're also Dinkamoyle. You know, several of the names this one's had. But don't forget, this one started out as the house that Jack built until it felt embarrassed because called it out because it was a fucking idiot and thought I was talking about whatever the fuck it thought I was talking about. I was talking about a damn movie. Alright, it's talking about a damn movie. And this dumbass went with it, titled itself that, and then once I made fun of it, it changed its name to the She Got the Truth. So anyway, it appears to be after Clue, Legend, whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. Alright. Keeps tagging 1 day ago. Right. Tags. I'm a bear and hilts. Oh my. And then here you go with more of its horse shit, right? Been dealing with this place, doing real life to mine for years, so unresponsive and used to the extremes this place does in real life. You two have been working and wanting the attention, so here it is. Why was blah blah blah, nobody gives a fuck, quite frankly. Whatever's going on between you two with exploiting a minor child in this life to also discuss summary and all things you'll know about no one else does. Blah blah blah. Words we have had years of knowing, the behind everything already exists. That creators have doomed for years. Language is not new. What is this all about? Now we'll be having the threats of safety in real life having anything to do with either of you, not on this platform, and the forever people addressing it. What I need to know is why did an innocent minor child get her life exploited in this kind, long, and into Summer's case? See if you want to test if this is exfoliation. Yep, then we should give it a public test. See, the title has 2 words, missing and exploited children. So you got the missing and the exploited both in this live exploitation, minor privacy, whatever, privacy rights, videos made right, inappropriate use, obtaining others' right to privacy and safety, files maintained on people not registered and secured by federal regulation, threats that as you talk, you will get rolled up on in real life, videos made, rolling up real life on others, one panelist from Texas, child abuse threats towards my attorneys and me on this situation. This is a safe place. I lost track of what's sleeping with who and who's got what. I don't know. Right? RAO's registered it, not called in. I just, whatever. Them agreeing with derailing a missing child case while exploiting minor child. Creepy dude on panel, Drew dealing it. Minor child, then we don't know. Tattoos shared with each other of a minor child via electronic means. And then here you go. Right? This thing, much like a couple around here, never keeps my damn name out of its mouth. I'm Bear, what do you want Joe to see in chat? Blah, blah, blah. Some about animals are not safe from SA. The point, exploit a minor child to gain access to. Any adults that cause parental application on minor children, especially, exploring minor children belongs in the courtrooms too. I don't know what about of you on that little group over there have been doing together all these years, but that I do know today is vile and horrible. That's a real human child. Are you proud adults? Did I get this right? Yes, there's nothing wrong with any of you. Makes me feel really appalled. Jesus Christ, grown adults at work, etc. Do tell us more. I haven't heard of the NIA and its use. Okay. What is wrong with you people? You know what? They're talking about what's wrong with someone related to telling the world the child has developed starter periods. why the fuck without anyone, all you do, and I don't know. It's all stupid, okay? It's fucking stupid. It's all this shit. It's to keep people, they think, from catching on to who and what they are. Language giving them away, all this bullshit, okay? It's also distraction, horseshit, garbage. But it holds things, right? How many children need to hurt and bleed in all these cases that is enough for any of you? What's wrong with you people that I'm hurting for a child I do not nor should? I'm so hurt and angry for this child that grown up. It's just right. Um. Oh, my favorite sentence though. When you have all hurt enough children, her brother already was a minor into adulthood, and look how well we as a society protected him. What about Jody's and Andy's kids, minors and into adulthood, Summer's brothers, my children? How many children does it take to hurt for justice for you all? How many? Let me tell you, who protects that child when no one else will is law. That child has rights and they were violated in a horrible way. They were talking about them talking about children around hilts and stuff on Mama Bears, by the way. Why are the children victims of adults? Blah blah. If you truly believe they benefited a child, let me give you a wake up call. Putting anything out online like this may have any truth in regards to missing Summer Wells. You all just contaminated if there's any truth to the thrown out of courtroom before trial could ever start. You all contaminated evidence and testimony to be challenged, and if any truth there was in regards to Summer, if it was about Summer, it would have gone to law enforcement, not on YouTube. So I really don't want to hear these words. This was about Summer. Law enforcement is corrupt. If everyone stop trying to share their jobs online, maybe their Summer will be found any possible chance of justice and truth. If it's brought out like this, what did it is cause it never to get past pretrial challenges to get justice for Summer? Being able to use information that has been contaminated like this to be able to use to present to a grand jury, you will force the DA to leave out information that they knowingly can be challenged by any defense, especially since a minor child. Da 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 da. So hoping Summer get a defense attorney and get his advice. This was for some, not for Summer, a still missing child. They tagged traitors in this. Then could you pull your legal eagle attorney stamp out for these people to explain this? I'm going to a motel with tinfoil and let you know the room number, and everyone start calling. I need to laugh. You all do know traitors is about calling out the lies online and the bad things done online, but not into solving missing children cases. So again, what is all this about? Alright. Then here they are, they go. Brooks are chopping, cutting, and lying, and you all are so habitual at this now. Brooks going to go dig through your videos, blah blah blah, and find that video Jody Sue did in the live below. I would encourage everyone to play this live, pay attention to what Don said, unaltered, not manipulated on February 2nd, 23 about timeline, Fred, Marlena, blah blah blah, Ziggy and her daughter, what would that be done said about Andy? But all this doesn't with for you all, does it? Y'all need to stop doing these and missing children's cases, infecting kids that are not your own. Leave them all alone. Leave families, friends, communities. Leave every child alone. Out of your mouths, out of your heads. Offline, not in your secret discords, etc. If it's not your child, everyone leave everyone's else's children alone. Leave the missing children. This place is a money market. You all can do your daily job that use missing children, each other's children, and children that have no clue who any of you ever are and put your lies crap on. Then online to feed them to predators, no different than those. Blah 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 blah. Hashtag Smiley Brooks, Prairie Garden Ziggy, getting Ziggy at Clutch Pearls, which Justin allegedly. I guess Andy, cause like he gives a fuck. He's all about the exploiting children, abusing them, shit. I ain't the fuck her doing. Share and oh look, my God, out of all the others, these big players, and they tag who? Oh, no, oh, come on now, no way, no way. And then they are, and hey you, Lockdown with April C, that I've been calling Preparation C, that was chopping and clipping and blah blah, right? That I called out the other day. I haven't forgotten about you, Amanda C. She's trying to imply that this is Amanda Crawford behind the Lockdown with April C. Who is your tribe leader? Anyway, so the list is so large it needs to be tagged here, so please do what this plane does best. Share it out with everyone, blah blah blah. You know. I know it would hinder money entertainment, missing children, blah blah blah, right, blah blah blah. And then they say, so try it. Don't try it when it actually happens to you, though. Because I've been in stayed piss since 21. The day's carrying, that's about 4 years back. Way to take on my zero fucks given personality the last few days. Oh, look. Here they are being like, oh, pro JSB and the PNN that live. 1 day ago. Interesting. Oh, look. Oh, about that bullhorn. 3 days ago. I don't know. Interesting. Hot dogs and pickles are mentioned 4 days ago. Interesting. Isn't that around the time we were having the pickles debate? I believe it was. Don't you know? Because, I mean, you could have found Hollaback Boy lyrics. But you shared it from someone named Hot Dogs and Pickles. At the 4-day mark, when obviously Pickles talk and that name was going on around here. From Mama Bears and others and yada yada. Hold on, guys. Alright, I'm back. So, let's see here. What kind of stupid was this? I'll just let y'all do whatever. Hold on. And I see I've heard this for so many years. And all that's gobbledygook bullshit. Okay. Dear grown adults attacking children, you must be unaware we spoke once before you saw the error of your ways. and switch to the side that doesn't attack children. Right? Yeah. That was me, and that was my child you I went on the attack on. Maybe you should talk or take time and travel back through your own timeline, you misguided fool. It sits before your face. You also were given the wrong information. How many kids do you have? Strange, everyone just pretends things didn't happen and others don't. See what it is. These statements, my child always dick riding. No, are yours. My child's just mad that his children's mother is his pet poodle. No, my child doesn't have children, and it's not a poodle. You misguided fool. Are you children? Why don't you find where you and I did have a discussion, go back to the doxing of the head of your crew, and I stood up against that when we had a conversation. Then ask what was done to my children for standing up against their family being doxed in return. You might have to ask around and ask one of those. They ain't us. There's a reason they aren't. Everyone stop with this. We protect children crap. Try doing it instead of saying it, you misguided fools. Hey, it was entertaining, no? Got up those views, likes, yeah, those who do care and will speak, blah, blah. Also, in case you didn't know that little group there, that is my child who just lost his sister. That said, no, even to you kindly about doxing that family in return for blah, blah, blah. You know what? Nobody cares. Okay? Just, I've listened to years of this shit. Paying the price. I mean, the long and short of it is it's some shit. Okay? Believe enough to know stand up for them when things only get serious to their family's safety. Do take note of that sentence, though, right? Hey, was it entertaining for you all? No. That's right. Hit that like, sub, and send a super chat. And my wish list on attack children you don't know and you didn't know. And what this place has put them through on your way out, you misguided fools. You must truly believe everyone is just playing too much. Some of us are not at all. Oh wait, hold on. You're misguided more than you know for now, and blah 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 was above that. And what isn't out for display is much worse. That came from you ain't us. Also, not the only one whose family paid the piece for doing what is right on here. That adult owes my child an apology, but it would not matter at this point. But here is a piece of advice. When any creator tells you all they do this for the money, drama makes the money. They do this for the money and no one is their friends. Believe them enough to not even stand up for them when things online get serious to their families. Right? I don't know, like, somehow this one thinks they've now been, now I did find it interesting who all was in there and where they once wanted for when a second time you dirty creators tried to insert me into another missing child's case again to target in. That was interesting. Y'all keep being you and do you, though. Be careful what you make money off of, regardless of knowing or unknowing will make you bank or don't. And let's not fail to ignore the entertainment behind the song birthday cake that followed is actually about. Alright, how many mothers entertain this, blah blah blah. You're not want to be ignorant that my child is a federally protected group. You can't be unaware of that, of which some people hold me for. It's just, it's always shit like that, okay? 4 days ago. And then, who knows, something about Aladdin, Crosswalk, the musical. Um, Here you go with this shit. You know what, I'm just gonna let y'all do whatever here. You know, then you got that. I have posted and doubled down by strangers leaving comments with very specific triggers about my kids. No one but their parents would notice. See, it's things like that stand out. Um, it's not a coincidence when it's done over and over and over, so why would she or anyone go left like that? You post things and say things in your discords about our kids or loved ones for entertainment. The lot is information that, say, my daughter, there are only two next of kin that can even by law obtain. That's interesting. But then all you do crimes and get in our private tech with the best protections and violate the law running to discords with it for entertainment. I don't know, man. I find that little paragraph there a bit odd. It stands out quite a bit. Targeting, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and see, she started this. Everyone get comfortable as I know the attention span is very short, and so may need to be the pick me first. Does anyone remember the many times Jody Sue Brown saying you all talk like you've been living under our beds for years? I always thought that was a good call. What's wrong with you people? This past year, I've come to see for myself what I wouldn't pick up on unless I was her. This place is vultures. Seems like a white boy trying not to use pimps and go into vultures term. Anyway, you all decide who to target with no reason or right to do so at all. You all do really dig into others' lives to a degree in areas that you don't belong. And when I don't know any of you online, where do you all go and acquire information about our children that isn't even listed on public info? And what makes our children and as families special memories that really don't matter to any if you and shouldn't to, but you all feel you have the right to. You have come behind the few comments I have posted and doubled down by strangers leaving comments with very specific triggers about my kids. Question mark. No one but their parents would notice. It's not a coincidence when it's done over and over. So why would she, as in me, um, or anyone you all go after like that? you post things and say things in your discords about our kids or loved ones for entertainment, that a lot is information that, say, my daughter, there are only 2 next of kins that can even by law obtain. But then you all do crimes and get in our private tech with the best protections and violate the law running the discords with it for entertainment. So 2 things exist. Some of the things you all do either fall under one side, but most fall under both sides. What this place does with no care to missing children, each other's children, your own children, you all choose to accept. I'm not that mother. My kids are mine, so get comfortable. Some of you in your Jack Jill kill jokes, not many, were hysterical. A few that are funny, most vile and you suck, and you can try to buy humor. It may make you better and happy, if for no one else than the children and you in your lives. Some of you I'll have to meet. You all suck. My words will not be needed for you to know what I think of you. But who knows, we may laugh face to face for once. Without your groups, that every group has the same thing, only able to make jokes as a group behind backs and saying, we not them, they aren't us. Every group says it, kind of makes you all one. Try changing it up, live a little dare to be different, who knows. It's weird, isn't it? And then there's another stupid fucking post here, right? Oh, France. Didn't you see France come in a bit ago? And whatever. Les Miserables, right? Dog. This is more bullshit. Can't hide what's done here together, blah, 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 right? More lies, the receipts. Oh, for some reason this went back a year ago. Fear and Loathing and failed blitzkriegs. Right. YouTube trendsetters and what gets normalized more of a day. Let's go to the past. This stuff lives on the internet forever and it's normal. I don't know if anyone ever came to understand what this call was about and why. But it's hard and confusing to listen to new creators who did this lady. That is what you'll be remembered for, even as years pass by. Right? That'd be, The Call, right? Jenny, Adrian, Scott, Penny, Rojo, Andy, Becca, blah, blah, blah. Lips, you know, the whole nine, the whole shebang. They're all there for all that fuckery, it's whatever. Linda, of course. I don't know what they're doing. Not in a June almost cycle. And, all this fuckery about kids and threats and hacking and mentioning of and only 2 people to take custody of children again. And, oh, how vague inside of all these fucking wonky books can you get? Right? And then a mention of this 6 days ago. Oh no. No. Not at this time of year. What? Drowning pool. Hi. What just happened to you? We used to call that when we were kids. We called getting schooled. Blah, blah. You know. Anyone willing to affect anyone's life, no matter small or big, knows it's wrong, and I dislike this place for this very reasons. We see each other, well, focus your concern on your severance? Servants, who the fuck knows, powers gone to their heads. You would have been more wise to mine for gold. That was a big mistake, trying to acquire big key, I guess. No, and then there they are. Right, about the April C thing, about the time I did it, I don't know. Right. Telling them they're a problem for TBI authorities in summer, and I don't care what you think of that. You need to stop. Also, ever see the only thing you did get correct is everything is recoverable and trackable and accountable. April, I would encourage you to stop doing this and probably just say thank you to Jody that she did cover what you just did, because what you just did could and has very much brought harm to innocent people. An apology to TBI, Summer's case, and the rest of the community that doesn't do crap like this, that you make this place a circus and a missing child's name. 2 videos you owe Andy, Jody, and Hiltz an apology. That's strange. Hiltz? Anyway, they're gonna assume who April C's research team is targeting. They're for some reason tagging my big guys unplugged. Anyway, and then TM. Well, and then they try to tag Hiltz, Andy, and myself. Anyway, last year I didn't have time to be up Jody's life, as I just lost my daughter. I mean, that's implying you've had years to be up in my life. But last year you had to take a break, right? That's strange. I mean, seriously, read that shit. Who doesn't? Just the other day you had time to be giving Jody a hard time, question mark. Last year I didn't have time to be up Jody's life, as I just lost my daughter. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Implying they've done this for years. All up in my life. Just like the rest. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, something about knives in the back. Where's pain? About losing a daughter, of course. Why you had to have to find Jody's whereabouts? Interesting. Interesting. Of Tiffany's, I had little time to be online because my family struggled with a year date of my daughter's passing, then my birthday, then her 10 days after mine, and today being Mother's Day, it's being really hard for her brother, their friends, all of us. Alright. Now, this is them supposedly allegedly going after, Preparation C there again. You don't play games in a missing child case again. You and I are both aware of what that video had. been done with, and you did exactly what has been done with that and used it very effectively by law enforcement, has been dealing with this, and everyone else just as tired of dealing with this exact problem what you did right here again. The only advice for you is to call a friend, ask a friend, or make that call yourself on that live you created. I don't know. They're telling the April C it's not helpful, it's hurting, or blah blah blah. They're encouraging them to delete it, it's not helping, yada yada. Oh, and here they go trying to tag me again. 8 days ago. Lockdown, da da da. These videos you're making right here, and you enjoy these videos to target innocent people that you have no clue what you're talking about. Alright, blah 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 blah. Creators, TV, I was aware of y'all doing it over and over again. Um, you know, just. But then there's my video, right? Where I broke down what preparation C's been doing. Then they're going after Queen Bee 10 days ago. Right. FTC, blah, blah, blah. Data breach. Oh, yeah, hold on, I'll slow this one down, because this is shit I've heard from this one for years. They're having a problem with the at night thing, which is probably why they're also in their feels about Ryan or anybody else. I don't know, hunting down things just like them that are pretending not to be one of these same motherfuckers. Right? Same song and dance. Anyway, so they're, yes, trying to get Queen Bee and at night or something. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do, quite frankly, but yeah, this one for years I've heard how its identity was stolen. Well, actually, that began at a certain point in all the years. It was stupid. Um, 10 days ago, they're obviously in their feels as White Boy released things about at night, and others were in my inbox trying to, I guess, get my attention on that same at night stuff. Right? Weird the coincidences around here, isn't it? Distractions and bullshit and vague ass threats and hints at discords and hacking and acquisitions and somehow around May and June of every year geared towards my little. Rinse, repeat, and they hope it's fucking vague enough to fly the fuck by. Anyway, this is, who's been doing this lately? That chat GBT AI garbage again? Because all of a sudden it becomes literate. Copy and paste style. Right? Notice. Right? And they're all for this, then they're against it. But then, as you can see in my comments, they're all against Ryan doing it. It just. But this is definitely not the same bullshit and way it talks like up here, and all that. This is straight speaking shit. Alright. And then they always go back and put their own bullshit in here. And they tag, clean again. 10 days ago, 10. Oh, this is actually the one. Hold on. Since 2015, my identity has been used in real life by others across the country in many ways. Yada yada. So when there's identity theft, there are many people who have used my identity just like this place, but for much less dangerous reasons. This makes many identities information that is mine and not mine. That this place, when you know what, if y'all want to read it, you'll find this crazy. It's yeah. Gosh. Man, I'm having to read more of this shit than I have in years. So I'll just let y'all do this thing here, because I've had enough of it. All of you are acquiring data on an innocent person was targeted. Me. Those who use my identity in real life, their data and my data to be me, which means question mark. Y'all feed and incite hate by giving me an online identity that created, I just, you know, this one's something else, okay? And this is their, I don't know, impact, breach, data, timeline, initial attack. Chinese government began around March 20th, 2014, blah, 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 whatever, right? The U.S. government, conducted a thorough investigation. The breach affected a vast number of individuals, including current and former federal employees, contractors, and their families. Keep that in mind. Now, what the fuck? See something, say something is wrong with you. Birds of a feather do flock together. Yes, it makes it wrong, makes you feel wrong. Is this place for education, entertainment? I don't know. They're after Brittany. Alright, I don't care. Not speaking on kids, or yep, you suck. Now, this is where it gets interesting. 13 fucking days ago. Now, before anyone calls me green eyes, that everyone has blindly believed this one who was in correspondence with and Jody C. Brown targeted me as well as talked to for almost 4 years, and I do not have testicles, nor am I the one who called or emailed you creators, and you know that. please send all hate mail, threats, and going real life to Crystal and Jody Sue Brown from now on. Please feel free to forward anything on regards to this situation to either of them. There's me. Do not know Green Eyes. I've never spoke to Green Eyes. I was just targeted as him. Do I know if what is said about him is true or know anything about him? No. Is it my business? No. From now on, please address the right people and show up in their real lives. Huh. So wait. You're full of shit. This entire goddamn post is a lie and bullshit. And you're encouraging people to go real life on us and send threats and got it. And to show up in our real lives. That's good. Alright? But Jody didn't forget to send what you need to where you need to. This changes nothing. And then they thank Andrew fucking Hiltz. But post the live that's about Crystal. That Hiltz did right after he did one attacking my DV and shit. Right? The AB and T and all the shit was going on. That's interesting. Why in the world would you pick this from Hiltz's freshly done, where Hiltz wasn't even really going hard Crystal or anything? It was, not what you think. It's strange. It's very strange what you did here. And then you thanked Andrew Hiltz. This is so strange. Almost as if it were select done, and it was definitely done by Hiltz on purpose, those two pieces together side by side. Like I said, that comes from sharing Rest Group weeks ago, where they're trying to combine CZ and I. It's rather strange. But it's weird how you're encouraging people to do threats, go real life on Crystal, myself, from now on. Please feel free to forward anything on regards to the situation to either of them. I do not know Green Eyes. I've never spoke to Green Eyes. I was just targeted as him. Do I know if what is said about him is true or know anything about him? No. Is it my business? No. From now on, please address the right people and show up in their real lives. But Jody, didn't forget to send what you need to where you need to. This changes nothing. Oh, that's interesting. So, if you go back 13 days, this is what's there. Alright? And this flies in the face. Everything here. They're encouraging threats, going real life on. All this is bullshit right here, what they're saying. And they select the video CD and thank Hiltz. That's odd. But all of this and encouraging going real life on and threats and harm, whatever too. Flies in the face of every goddamn fucking thing else. And the pretend sympathy for Jody Sue and the plight of her and her wee children, blah, blah. The vague hints at going after my little again that are embedded in here that only a mother can see, of course. But look so kind and like you're pro-Jess, being blah, blah, blah. Right? Now, I'm not going back any further than that. I do love your talk of, discords and information and how some of these things line up with what else is in the back. Like all the folks in my chat talking about body counts. The ones leaving comments behind the scenes about bodies. Nope. Yeah, all that shit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Love it. And this character, let me tell you, has gone by the names Dinkamoyle, House Jack Bell, Jack, blah, blah. This thing has went by so many goddamn names for all these years and was trying to absolutely contact me through other creators and was outed long, long ago in a land far, far away, which is probably why it recognizes What Big Eyes and TM. And one of those two tried to get the, I don't know, my goodness. My goodness. And let's not forget all the names it's went under with its book writing and PayPal and shit when I'd block it under many names. They'd come back as others. And I believe leading up to Pavetto passing with Chasing Standpoint, TM when we put eyes on that, even though What Big Eyes had turned rabbit at a certain point, pitying the rest. It's like, she should be get supportive. But wanted me to turn eyes to basically that TM was clearly where it was happening in the PayPal with this fucking critter under another name. And they were pretending they were sitting bedside as somebody was passing away and blah, 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 right? Right? Under an entirely different, like, man, you know? I refused to take TM's bait at that time, so they could not lift off certain things or play distraction bullshit. I mean, I told TM I'd get around to it. Never quite did, and still haven't yet. Either way, TM gave it a college fucking try, though. So did the rest, with their stamps and otherwise that time. And they wanted me to go down this bullshit path. I'm still not there yet fully. What I will tell you, though, is a certain other dumbass over here is making sure in the last 24 hours, after all this little embedded only mother can see things, around these particular months again, just like year after year. Oh, and if y'all been aware that Hills also does this and participates in the DV pay for play Torment of GSP every year about this time. He started in 22. Benny was paying him for it, and also Benny and Tiffany are paying him for the Math 30 jersey thing, and then they did that all leading up to courts and certain things. In 22, got Hiltz to speak a different tune. Darkest Duchess. I mean, so many were involved in it. And then, like this year, it looks like Fred and Ziggy are paying for it. Right? Maybe an AB, maybe a TM game. You never really know. AB does seem involved asshole deep to a giraffe in this fuckery currently. You know, and advising helps. Somebody's definitely paying for the road things. I got also aware that this bullshit they're going on with Hiltz about, it's also not new. It's been done since 21. But yeah, Hiltz does have a way this time every year to, much like the rest, to go back to the DV. If you noticed, Remains, others have done it. This year, though, they've tried that bender of DV sucks. Let's talk about it in a normal manner. Right? Try to learn me. So there are others, right? They're trying to switch it up a bit this year. Definitely targeting Little again. In the last few days, since I've said some things, or since, I don't know, people have been embedded somehow, right, Jack? getting things they ought not have, taking them to discords, and you classically misspelling things and acting like an idiot and a literal asshole. So Ellie or others have given this. I'd be like, God, it's just another online, right? But clearly there are, things there like turn in whatever, this changes nothing. And then these hints at these private discords where stuff's being taken. It's interesting. Things only mothers can see. But it's weird. There's one of you over here in the last 24 hours or so. Mentioning certain things. Yeah, they're just posts, of course. But I'm sure they're meant to be combined with this shit. There's only two people to blah 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 and all that. Right at May and June, and well, usually July and August too, depending on the court days. But that doesn't pleasure. So it's basically May and June. It's cause distraction, me stress, and distress to iron little and to make me where get me off course, do whatever. Try to press down on, step on necks, right? Threaten vaguely to where maybe Ellie and Feds will never catch on to you, brilliant fucking motherfuckers over here. It won't be prosecutable or very clear to juries or civil courts or lawyers or anything. Y'all are just too goddamn brilliant for them to catch on. It'll be so vague, and all your connections in the background while doing it that can be pulled inside those courts. Gosh diddly darn, I hope well they don't connect you all. And your little discords and everything else. Right? Or even if it's just one or three or seven of you. Boy, I hope enough years of this, combined with things that happen in real life on us, or things called or done to us in real life each year, or otherwise, don't happen again. I'd hate for that to then line up. How very real these things become, especially when people are encouraged to, I don't know, do what again this time of year? Oh boy. Oh boy. Surely wouldn't make a pattern. It surely wouldn't leave traces of your phones and emails and data for attorneys and others to find, would it? You brilliant VPN sucking whatever IP having multiple country Canadian international sleuths and otherwise combined, you fuckers. Oh my god. Anyway. Long and short of it is this fucking Fruit Loop here. Also, in the comment in my held back area, in that, as Dinkum, man, it's like, oh yeah, I sent the glass water bottle jar to your daughter. Has daisies on it. Right? Things only mother know. Yeah. I still have that receipt. It's in the file. Back here in a folder. Anyway, the point is. Did you though? There were certain moments like, man, that's from a creepo. They're getting off every day somewhere behind the scenes thinking that you're really using that child of mine. How about we say you did and don't? Anyway. So, this thing years of this shit began entirely with TM, Big Eyes, Ziggy, and the rest. For years, this thing, right? Most of these posts, what are we going to call them? Well, they used to just be comments in the background, whatever. Under whatever name, they'd be. Oh God, it's been years of this shit, okay? Years of it. It's everywhere. At first it was. Now it takes spells, because this one does stay pretty busy these days. Now crack me up. Anyway, I've heard everything from it, from like you just seen that it was a federal government worker and it was putting on, and then it was in witness protection. I guess it thought about that because like it makes perfect sense if like you're protected, but then and it's because of YouTubers, but then there you're on YouTube making a splash everywhere, and you say you're being hacked and endangered and blah blah and all this other bullshit like it has throughout the years. But you're right back on YouTube and outright saying and doing things and but at least protecting you. Right. Okay. And it's just it defies all common sense, reason, and logic. And I stopped listening to it long ago. I do the cursory glance. I see what vague shit's there. It'll be sentences that it usually will go back and make them more sensible, even past the programs it's running the rest through, and it's right. You can always tell when it's also to go back. And early on through the years, because programs weren't quite as good, it would do it quite frequently. So it was, you could tell where it had inserted full ones that are a little bit more sensible. And there's things it really wants you to pick it, So I just kind of cursory glance and pick out, my whether But for the most part, whenever the fuck it shows up anywhere, it's like, nah, shit's gonna revolve for a bit, to rotate in the group. And it has, since this thing is hip hop parade again, right? Now, you won't believe under this name. Well, sort of, because like I said, it changed from Jack's House to this name when it felt like I was making fun of it because it's an idiot. And I was really talking about a movie. And it took it as like a bet card or something. We don't. It does it often. But it changed his name. So, you won't believe who the first person out of the gates to comment on or to like this channel was. You won't believe me if I told you. Much like one of the Green Eyes counts, that also combines a love of music and Green Eyes. Right? Under Dreadnought. That the voicey real Daryl guy is connected it, but not actually the type of, because if you watch the inboxes and you hold those, they do not match. They are not similar. There are many Green Eyes. There's, in case you haven't figured that out yet. Much like that AK motherfucker over in Remain the other day. Now that's something similar. Anyway, okay, hold on. Back it up. Beep, beep. But you won't believe who the first person to like this was. First one to share it. First one, the first one. You won't believe me if I told you. I'm about to tell you a secret. Well, it was Crystal goddamn Sims. Just like Dreadnought. No! Do you know how many of these? For this particular character it's been the same story with? Crystal was first out the gates to like and share it, though it was just looked like somebody's personal channel that nobody would have ever found and had not been rotating around the community at all or in the chats yet. How many times does that happen? Damn near every time. It's wild. It's wild. It is. Now, do they want you to think it's easy? Maybe. Who does have a love for that fucking AI? No talent, artistic fucking ways about it. Wants to be a writer, now wants to be Benny Keys. But illiterate as fuck, stupid as fuck, and definitely not a singer. Or a rapper. Anything really. Only thing it's good at is being batshit crazy. But not so batshit that it can't pretend to be extra batshit. To try to, no, get by with shit if law enforcement or courts or anybody else are looking at it real close. You know, or to stir chaos and drama and shit as distraction. Purposely so. Like this fucking loser here. Who's telling everybody distractions are bad and putting out misinformation and harming and going real life onto his family. How dare all of you all? But wait a minute. And this one has went back and forth just like Cece. I've said so many times. I love you. I hate you. Don't go real life on Twitter. Wait, go real life on. And you've put me in harm. No, wait. I mean, it's just insane. Okay. Also, I can show you years worth of somebody here wanted green eyes to go away and not be mentioned or brought up again. I was warned by those holding the hands of dying folks last year, which has nothing but a stamp on it, that I needed to stop talking about green eyes. It was putting them in danger. And then what's this one do? Oh my god. It's weird. Then it comes out that this one's been talking to green eyes for years. Isn't CZ, not this particular, whatever. But I don't know. I don't think I've ever accused Jack of being green eyed. Whatever, you know. Who the fuck? Don't carry your own thing. Feel some type of way about, yeah, I guess come out from behind the goddamn curtain and we'll go civil about it. Because you've been going fucked up real life vague threatening on me for fucking years, you psychopath. Psychological, emotional torment. Doing the dirty work of tragedy pimps, inserting your little drops that only mother could pick up on others. Oh, and by the way, 3 days ago I started posting them in my back health comments. In there, I can very clearly pick up what I think now is hints that someone in the group knows about family travels. Well, the only way that could be happening is a Jenny and Adrian and a Squall. That's not on me, nor do I care. Others are choosing their own path. I choose mine. I guess I'm supposed to be like, oh my god, and give it a fuck. And I really don't. People want to have contact with my motherfuckers, so be it. For what reasons are they those still? Anyway, I Yep. So anyway, I damn, where was I? Got lost in happy thoughts. Pizza. Need to go back home, not Neverland. Anyway, so fucking Hatters and Green Eyes and everybody else. Tell you what. Alright, so now shit, where was I? Oh, and then of course there's the Keep It Up and the Bodies. Um, Shit that's supposed to be so far spaced in between so many rooms would make me look crazy if I mentioned that. Threats of Keep It Up as also this whole things being maybe hacked out of systems, gained, put into private discords, and then the mention of bodies, things like that. It's funny. It's cute. I'd hate if that were the case. I really would. And this started a certain number of days ago. Woo! I don't know if that's gonna pass. That's true. And then it continues in here, these vague threats, but the post looks pro JSP, but yeah, that way also if LE or courts are like, oh, this person likes you, they look at this, how is this harmful? Yeah. But when compiled over the years. And with other things. Like right now, I've got this compiled with other creators doing similar that go with this fact. Oh, it ain't so vague, honeys. Either way, Ooga Booga. Fucking just terrified. I'm histrionic about it. Oh my god. Not another May or June cycle. Or not a hey, the team around Candace and Dawn are displeased. Let's fuck with their children again cycle. Or let's hack this or discard that or share private information and shut down, blah blah blah. And you do realize when you say that, it's pretty obvious you were in these discords, and a lot of the super secret, stealthy sleuth ones, well, they asked for ID on or shit. Where they get up with the worst shit together, they would know you're in them, dear. So you're not a Trojan, you're part of. Even I have to get shit out of some of them by, well, double timing critters. Or know who's holding them and where and what they're under. So that I can keep that or send it on. So things can be pulled from them. Because, tell you what, y'all can think Discord's all like, the feds can't get into that. All you want. Clearly they can. All are fucking morons. Fox News got y'all fucked up. Anyway. Also, let's be real, you like selling it to your members and subs that believe Discord and places like that are super safe and unhackable and blah blah, but actually you all know how easy they are to fuck people through there. And that's why you take them there. And it's a way for y'all to violate things outside of YouTube and social media platforms. in this sector too. People are dumb for following you to the Discords. It's where y'all get them involved in well-organized criminal activity. It violates federal law mostly. Anyway, so yeah, yep, you even saying you're part of those Discords. Well, that's a problem. You see, especially when you're supposedly an identity theft and blah 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 blah. And you're afraid, terrified people, but you're right in those Discord where you know you would be seen, spotted, and figured it out quickly, or not even let in without your real, and it would just. Who do you think is stupid here, buddy? Anyway, but this is the shit I've been dealing with from years from this one. Wink, wink, you know. Um, as you can see, it's all. Oh, and for years it spent trying to lead me around. And see, it really wants you to spend your time reading those goddamn gobbledygook books by whatever, you know. And they knew at first that my love of language and picking things apart, they thought it would take up my time, that I'd be looking for the clues embedded in the language and who was typing right. It was pretty easy to figure out instantly that this was a thing trying to hide, you know. Just, bitch, I've never wasted my time. And it ain't ever gonna happen. My eyeballs can catch what I need to, like that. Mostly just record all of your shit for posterity's sake. Keep an eye on what's going elsewhere in the realm. Combine and compile it with whatever the fuck you're up to while flipping and flopping and dancing and shimmying and shaking over here as flip flopper and whatever else. Vague hinter and the dirty deeds done dirt cheap piece of low trash you are. Um, but anyway, this one for years. It's been at first especially it was like, oh, like it would say like 14 things in one of those books. It'd be like, yeah, that one time on Ziggy's, I spoke, go to this time, well, this, well, that, well, here, and then, and it would help you would follow these pebbles to who or what it was. Like, Red, I look like I'm gonna spend 6 years on that shit. Like, I'm that curious, I might die if it don't take a genius to figure out who the fuck and what the fuck. Man. Or who for either. Or with. And ain't nobody got time for that shit. Never done it. Not gonna do it. It's never gonna happen for you. If y'all noticed the AK character that's been popping up too, by the way, about the time it's triggered, now triggered on the streets, at least a version of triggered. But AK is popping up on our main the other day. And everywhere you see that little goofball for 4 days, it's like, even the creators were helping along. And I'm like, oh yeah, this one's everywhere. And I think Matthew played in that game. I was, oh yeah, it was on this channel the other day, and this creator's that, and blah blah this. And it was a follow the breadcrumbs type thing. Waste your time, go get distracted, and figure out what this one really is. It was during a time I was also mentioning triggered crimes and others and Squall and all that. Oh, and look, there seemingly comes a goofy looking fella. But the language does not match the. It's fine. You know, Lady R Also 40-gallon raincoat type. Yeah, what gets me is they'll say what they like, but they damn sure know about that doubling and tripling and quadrupling down birds of a feather bullshittery and Harry the Heatherlands, the CZs, all of them, man. Greenhouse characters. AKs, lone wolves, hatters, ravens. It gets fucking old and stupid. Okay. Let's not forget that whole Alice in Wonderland trip they went on. Lord, wasn't that something? And you know, a little back, do you remember me telling you, or put a little bit more emphasis around that? They couldn't figure out how the sunflower or anything featured in summers. They're not sure about it. Now, y'all damn well know better. Come on. Come the fuck on. Anyway, I guess I'm supposed to be curious about what's under Lunatic. I'm not. Just like I wasn't curious about Scott Skulls either. Or any of the bullshit going on during that period. I mean, like, what is up with you people? Like, how many years of your lives have you wasted doing this shit? Has it been worth it? Are you entertained? I mean, I know billions out here have picked tribes and teams and decided, like, betting style on who rounds some really like this and which hate trying to follow. Sure, they're entertained and they enjoy watching fuckers like you move and shake around to fuck with us, but and I guess it pays you well. You wouldn't do it. Some form. It gives you some sort of something, but you tell me how this thing operating in this manner is not the very thing that it was supposedly calling out about others doing. As in, it's an intended weapon, a fake thing, meant to vague, threaten, harm, terrorize, put people in fear, go real life on. Even call for people to go real life on and to threaten others. Yikes. Am I wrong here? No, I'm not. So, but it's been years of this shit. A great portion of which has been spent by this thing doing exactly that. Sometimes worse, sometimes just outright. And look, I know y'all know that I've put attention on Jack here before, especially when it first came out as Crystal's doing whatever, you know. Every goddamn post this thing made was just absolute loathing and hate towards me, right? All caps and everything else, much like Jill Pin Heather Feathers over there and shit. Very mimicky at that time of that one. Because at that time, I don't know, I guess it wanted to mimic Heather, or was a Heather, or later. You never can tell. It's one of the flocks doing things, and CZ Grant. You just never know. Or which nutbag they choose to be the face and voice of phone calls or live panels versus who's typing or texting, or how many are using a single messenger. pretending to be the same person. Lady R would know all about that 40 Allen raincoat shit. So do many around here. And so it ain't funny or goofy when we say that they're monikers and names and stuff I have for it. They make jokes, but are not jokes. Anyway. But pointing out shit like this can make one look like a fucking lunatic themselves, and that's what they bank on. I don't care. When you have years of it, and then things that go real life, or happen to us in real life, or they have too much knowledge of something inserted in, and that happens over and over and over and over again with the same cast of characters, over and over and over again. And it, starts the beginning of certain cycles, ends at, and then those same characters are the ones involved. These are actually things that will get all of them busted colder than fuck. Gotta love it. Which, most of them hope that things like this will be left holding the bag for them. These are actually the fucking connectors. But, yeah, and it won't matter in the end. Like, if someone pays a lawyer, and they pay experts to pull all y'all's lovely little data, and certain things that you send us, and they pull all the shit behind it, and they track you down, and they pull you out, and subpoena you into courts, it won't be so vague or funny. But while you do it online and you think that day will never come, or that all of us are just going to pick up the phone and be like, "Dear 911, or here, local detective, look at this, help me." And it'll all be like, "Oh, just turn off the YouTube, man." Or the detectives or others around the country are starting to take note of all you have it for a long time. Probably before Summers. Well, no, I know they have. Y'all notice all the cases before Summers ever calling you fuck sticks out for the same shit? But, yeah, I don't think. Either way, uh, just kind of let them do what they want to do these days. And sort of always have with some of them. Because with things like this, you immediately recognize that what they're intended to do is distract, torment, vague, threaten, hint at, blah, 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 do all the things. Emotionally and psychologically manipulate, there's a whole lot of that. Like, if I spent my time reading any of those things, they're so manipulative and so dark and so goofy, it just makes you feel horrendous and, what the fuck, what the fuck. What's next? And I refuse to feel that way. So it's like, yeah, nah. Just like, nah, something's afoot. Here are the major things. Here's what to look for. Here's what to combine. End of. Right? And that's about it. So, and that's when I do actually check in myself. Usually these days, others are downloading or screenshotting or recording whatever's needed so that I don't have to look at you motherfuckers. Just like it was a shock to me that this one was back there when I looked last night, I believe. And then that it apparently on its own page had been up to whatever 13 days ago. And that timed out for certain events. Yeah, I'm like, well, damn. Have all the other things. Oh, I'll get it done, I'm like, well, damn. But others sort of know not to bother me with certain characters unless it looks super pressing. But it's getting to that point in the last 3 days, and things I've seen are coming to a point. And then I found it back, and I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. Then I went over here, went down 13, checked in with others. I was like, have you been aware of it? Oh, yeah. But I'm not going to go back any further than 13. 13 was enough to be like, well, damn. Imagine that. Thank you, Hiltz. Who Hiltz did a video and started in on me, and they did one of season, and they picked. I mean, good goddamn, really, guys, come the fuck on, Lord, get a grip. Speaking of a grip, um, give me just a second. I'm gonna grab some more ice, and I'm gonna go just a bit further with this. Drop a few more things in here. And then we're gonna call it a night. What the hell did I do with that? Lose some more stuff. I'll be right back. Alright. No. Already? Yes. Okay. So, guess I should have guessed that. Lord, I know what he's doing. Alright. So, what did I do with that one? I told you could have that, that's why I left it there. You're an idiot. He's acting like he's sneaking something very loudly. Loudly enough. When I just stared him in the eyeballs and was like, here, you can have that. And he was like, he was down below the table, like, now he's like, I can't. Yeah. Alright. So, while we're here this morning, okay. Back here on that one is going. This one is not. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is the marbles are pissing me off. Tastes like shit. So I'm gonna do it my way. Anyway. Oh my gosh, guys. Let me tell you, we're gonna pause in the southern driveway, have casseroles. Show you. Yeah. I got like the whole bag. There, even. Can't remember this one. It's like blood orange or something. I feel like, if memory serves, because I was not feeling real good the other night, and then the moon was shining bright. This first one is blood orange, though. Isn't it pretty? Or maybe it was that one. Maybe it was black cherry. My girl brain should remember these things. It does not. It doesn't. This one's a cherry of some. So many. Anyway, this. Oh my god. I don't know if you were a mama in the early 2000s. It's when they had the good Johnson & Johnson Sleepy Time Lavender bath wash for the babies. Oh, you mamas smell it too. That you know what I mean. You know exactly which one I mean. It was even a different purple than the one they used now. Oh yeah, that was amazing. I may have got like 40 bars of that, and this is like coconut or something. But it's coconut something for sure. But it's more masculine scent. But I enjoy more masculine than feminine scent. So, oh. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out if I can use two at once, like one half and one. Yeah, but some sort of sandalwood something. I forgot if this one's supposed to come with legs or hair. But this one, good. Anyway, and then I got like 43 other lavenders. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe exactly what is in order here. Just long hot fucking bath. Just the good things. Um, but the lavender, I'm like, it smells just. And they took that away. For you who are not in the know, I found out fairly quickly that that particular Johnson & Johnson Lavender Nighttime Sleepy Time soap for the babies was bad. Okay, it was real bad. And I'm glad they figured that out, and we then were no longer using our babies. But they took it off the shelves and off the market. And I've never smelled a lavender product. Look, eldest and I, like, I had to buy him a bottle, and I'd buy my own bottle. And I still to this day have a bottle of that. But I'm pretty sure by this point it's lost its luster. But anyway, I put it back in. It's fun. Anyway, so yeah, they yeah, I'm that smell. I know you moms who were privy to that couple years where they had that product out. Oh, man, you'd fight a motherfucker over that Johnson & Johnson's lavender calming, sleepy bath time wash. No joke. No joke. It's exactly what that smells like. So when I smelled it there, I was like, what is this? Anyway. Oh yeah. I'm all down for that. And now I'm all like petrified. I'm like, I know I got like 8 bars. Like, the thing's gonna occur and they won't smell the same, or I'll never get my hands on one again or something. Should I save it back until eternity ends? But I know I can't do that for a particular soap, so yeah, whatever. Anyway, it's a good thing for the week, right? Little thing, small happy casserole in the southern driveway. Now, y'all, um, back on course there in the driveway. I want to show you something. Now, I'm not sure y'all are aware how this works. Those who come along in other cases after, etc., or whatever happened across this, or those are just interested in the way in which these groups work around people in and around the family, survivors, fighters, victims, neighbors, community, witnesses, you name it, right? If they can acquire you, lure you in, track you down, visit your house, happen to be your damn local cashier, just giving out everything you say, then what the fuck it is, right? Because trust me, people get wacko. All I can tell anyone ever that finds themselves in and around, the best thing you could do is toss these motherfuckers into oblivion. Get a device that is not linked to you. Don't look up it. Not even your news. Don't do it. It's still gonna find you, but ignore it. Don't answer the door for anyone. Do not be talking even. Don't think just because you've known someone at some place around hand and you're shopping everywhere for 40 years that they're suddenly not gonna get up online and be like, I knew them. Or somebody you knew in kindergarten 503 years ago, and be like, I knew them. Or whatever, and make up shit. Or, whatever. You also find yourself with fake motherfuckers who, with these tragedy pimps, will find out enough info or just enough or make up enough sounds believable, and then they'll have some asshole who is just some paid jackass here online and in their groups or a pick me from chat or subs or members to pretend to be a friend of yours, a loved one, or something else. And there's nobody to speak, so people can believe it. I don't think the person really does. And it really doesn't matter whether you speak or not, honestly, because they're gonna fucking do it to you no matter what. Especially if they think nobody's gonna speak or do anything back to them, or they can get by with it, or it won't make waves enough to get to people to get sued, right? Or they can hide it later on, or be like, whoopsies, or we just really thought. And if they're contacted by families or something, oh my gosh, you didn't know them? Well, poor PG or Z or something. We didn't know. Oh gosh, take that piece down right now. And they'll take it down. Meanwhile, the families or whoever are none the wiser that they didn't even know. And it was done on purpose to put out bullshit on them, for content. Anyway, I encourage you to stay indoors for a while. Always record wherever and whatever you're doing and going. Keep an eye on your little ones if you have them. Even children will be sent to get near them to get things from them or you. Your children will be used to target you, to destroy, decimate. Your family members will be contacted, blackmailed, threatened, tormented, driven by, I mean, you name it. It's going to happen if they really want to hunt you down in one of these cases, okay? They will go to any lengths. You will start seeing services, you start seeing people showing up like we have, pretending to be bondsmen, calling, pretending to be services, knocking, pretending to be services, pretending to be your doctors, pretending to be you to all these places, trying to get information, acting like you. Like, they will literally call your goddamn doctor's office, pretending to be you, to get your own goddamn information. Make sure you put lockdowns on every fucking account you have. Make sure your doctors or lawyers or anybody around you in services behind jobs are aware, and that you put certain protections in place, and code words, and such, so that you can identify, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm telling you, the precautions you should take are astronomical and seem insane. And if you ever so choose to actually speak or fight back, make sure that you have counsel somewhere waiting in the wings. Um, Never, ever, ever get leashed or guided or wound around by one of these tragedy pimps. Do not take on a handler of any kind, especially those. What they'll do often, and I've seen a couple cases here. A family, especially the parents of a child, be being eaten alive, right? Even if law enforcement says they're not guilty and they're not suspected of anything, they'll be being eaten alive. The reason that's done is because it makes them feel some way. It helps keep them online, fighting back, blah, blah. It's all the same group working together, though, okay? And then part of the group come along, play hero. They're like, oh, we have the power. We'll help make this stop. We'll get your word out there, blah, blah, blah. And these people be like, thank you, whatever. And then they'll go with what they think is that side. And then all of a sudden the torment will stop and they'll be lifted up. You know? And of course you always have the bad team running, but not quite at the same tilt. The narrative will then become something, So a great portion of the attacking will stop. What those people are unaware of is it's all the same goddamn team. It's part of the manipulation to get around them and get near them, and the whole team's feeding off of them while one pretends to be a good guy and one the bad guy. Don't even gear for the good guys. They're not the good guys. They're still the bad guys. They're part of the sector that had you eaten in the first place. And it was no accident. They're them fighting like your champions to make everything stop and turn the tides, and that's where everything turned up roses suddenly. Bitch, they played you like a fool. Don't fall for that shit. I'm watching it being done Sebastian's. I've watched it done. There's sure y'all can pick out a few of those. And where you see the big critters then further using those parents and others in other cases. Seems sort of disingenuous and funky to me. And it leaves a bad taste in many people's mouths and almost creates doubt for those people. It's like, if you're willing to do that, well, yeah, don't ever take on a tragedy pimp handler. Speak for yourselves. Make sure Ellie's aware. Ask if they do have a guidebook for you. And do press and fight back. And make sure you have lawyers in place. I would suggest immediately, quite frankly. But, definitely be prepared to sue the shit out of someone. That way you can keep your voice and it teaches others to back the fuck off in a quick hurry. and sets an example and does help further the change needed. And hopefully help others that come along after, unfortunately. So, anyway, those are just suggestions. Now, to get to the point here, if you ever find yourselves around whatever the hell this is, well-organized criminal syndicate violating federal and international laws, operating on YouTube and several social media platforms combined, as you can obviously see and tell if you pay attention. You go back and look. What you'll have happen in the very first stages is they will be trying to push and pull you one way or the other, right? Everybody want to be your meat bag handler, right? Your spokesman. Oh, your friend, your pick me, your source, your helper, your blocker and basher. Everybody be doing the Lord's work by you. Amen. Yeah. And in their infighting, even though they're all one and the same, they will still run each other over to get that main space. Right, or to see who can acquire you fully. And who is best suited for you, who can pull the wool over your eyes, essentially the best. As they all get everything paid. Make no mistake. Every call you ever have will be recorded. It will be played to 30 people in a row throughout Discords and other devices at one time, violating federal, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just a thing, okay? But while they're doing all this, what you will have happen is all of them will be in a rush to actually, even though they're all for one and one for all, they will jump each other into the bus and run each other over backwards and forwards. Reverse, forward, reverse, forward. They will dump all kinds of pretty neat, nifty shit into your lap to, in ways, discredit or fuck around with the others so that you don't pick them. And you don't gear towards them in this guy, right? They will have ready to go compiled files on each and every one of the others, and it'll be like, here. Like, you don't even ask. They'll be like, look, did you hear about that Scott H? That, Penny, did you hear about that? You didn't know about that one? Have they been in contact with you? Whoo, let me tell you something. And then you just, bam! Right? They're all things. Now, sometimes what you'll see is they'll dump all that shit in your lap. But there'll be some twists and turns in there. Some of it because they're wrong. Some of it'll be that they've tweaked it just a bit to where it might lead you down rabbit holes or let you know just enough about the other people, whatever, right? But it's still not accurate, and they know that. And so that doesn't actually give their friends away or their full identity, but it's enough, right? And it looks, whatever. So, and they'll be in a quick hurry to do this. Now, some of them be working together. It's an insane thing that happens. It's just what they do. Okay? It's what they do. Now, it was very first days over here. Really, almost immediately, this began to happen. Actually, I didn't even think I'd done the first, but yeah. This started with that, so yeah. Uh, Even Triggered Squall and the Rat and Penny were like, hey, nope, 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 don't touch that, It was an instant. But then I started getting the, already ready, here you go files on everybody. Now, there were some later to this game than the others. Uh, it's easier to, like, when three people hand you this similar, and that way you can sort of deduce what's real, what's bullshit, who's actually giving you the real shit, what pans out, what doesn't, blah, blah, blah. But throughout all these years, uh, from the very first days, I've held many real identities and real things behind a great deal of you all. Your real lives, your real histories, your shit. Hold on. The first day or two here, somebody handed me Scott H's fucking entire family genealogy. And then I spent like the next couple years, the others going, who's Scott H? And then tested me to see if I knew who and whatever. And then I was able to watch all the other creators bullshit you all and bullshit this, bullshit that, and Scott H bullshit. Just for an example, right? And the pre-doc Scott with the drawing Tiffany Marie lift off of the marathon that Squall was put, anyway. So all these things, right? Yeah. But knowing that the first ones handed me on Scott were not quite right. Even tweaks was not to actually do certain things. And then on the ground here, knowing what that truly was, and then then that shows you can't trust the ones handing over the files either, shit. So, and honestly, if you're me, you don't want to fuck with that tie. And I did. It's like, dude, you're too that you reek. There's something wrong with you. I mean, it doesn't take the seconds and minutes if you're wired. You can hear and you can see to know what something is, even if it's just over chat or a call. And so throughout the years, every real conversation with any of them really has been oh, well, you go ahead and you see how stupid you think I am. You know? And I'm gonna bet I get more at the end of the day than you fucking do. And why are you here fucking with me in other cases and all this after years? Endeavor. I did not mince my words when I told this group I was gonna hunt them to the ends of the earth. They did not take me seriously. I think it was the funny accent and the little voice left to me. But more than a few helped uh, quicken the process, if you will. But I got helpfully already pre-prepared compiled folders on most of it. And then, of course, I had the Teamworks can make the Dreamworks motherfuckers fucking with us. In touch with far too many about like the crystals, and for some reason everything they share has a different name on it. It ain't just them going under different names. They oopsie and they do stupid shit and they forget to mark out certain things. And it shows who they're rubbing hands with And then when you know that most of those hands above the teams and those circling the drain of and all that shit, well, nothing take a genius to figure out who's fucking around with you and who's trying to suck up your witness information so they can weave and bop. And it does it. Are those like the back end monster teams? All of them, which are essentially, Ben Hill's teams, right? Oh, they are. But when you have to sit and watch them, fuck with you all in the world. Like as TM and others do these goofy ass lives, like 43 of them. Who's Scott? No Q and everybody had a whatever in a fight with Scott. And TM doxed me and like, oh my god, are you serious? Or Junior Snap and the decorations, but really had to do with P.O. Box and handoffs and criminal shit. Who was directing this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 right? Just whatever. I'll admit I pretended to be anti-tragedy pimps, well, knowing damn good and well who the other ones were, hiding it from y'all, but using it as content to quote, hunt these people down. Like all the streams TM did on the who slays it, Fustos, is it this one, is it that one, is it Angel, is it blah 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 blah. Oh, and goddamn good and well who Slay was the entire time, and they still fucking did. Yeah, break. You know, or the greenhouse bullshit, right? Or the PG bullshit. They know damn good and well who goddamn PG and Squall are around here. Fact! Fact. They absolutely motherfucking do. Any of those creators should tell you they don't. Full fucking shit. And they lie to you. They straight lying to you. But it keeps the mystery going. Certain people protected. Those that seem like they're enemies of, but absolute weapons and helpers of all. Right? Teamwork makes the dream work. But for years I had to watch that shit. Right? Then inevitably, half the time with some of the other characters like Slay or certain things, when they come out, I'm like, how was it? Where I mean, you get a stamper to come behind. Or when something's too big of a thing or whatever, they want it to go away. Chasing usually comes behind it. Doesn't know anything. Suddenly knows little things. Then it's like, well, poof, it's done. It's over. Right? Guys, they can feel the dawn upon us. They ride at dawn. They do. It's their favorite time to go absolutely just shit. Hey. That's Ernie. Doing little Sharpies, trying to get his big brother to play with him. The other one, old Yeller there, is dramatic. And I should have been rolled him at Juilliard. Because he will yell like he's being murdered. And Ernie ain't even touching him. He's like, oh! And he gets super loud, and I'm like, God, it sounds like he's being killed. And he's not. Nobody, Ernie ain't even touching him. Wait for it. And then he'll come to me and look at me. And I'm watching the whole thing go down. Ain't nobody touch, Very dramatic, that one. Very dramatic. And then Ernie gets upset because he's gonna pick a spot where he can't mess with him as bad. And then he does the chirping and tries to get him to come out of that spot. And it's like, And then you hear Ernie run back and forth and stare at him and try to create a mess. That way he'll come down and play. It gets sad. You hear little Ernie trying to get his older brother to play with. And Lord, but when they do play together, man, oh my God, they will annihilate the shit out of everything. You name it, it's coming down, it's crashing. It's just, what I've done is I've touched my face. And, also have Ernie Danger on the sleeve, so when I touch my face with it, I'm itching like the devil. Rubbing alcohol is my friend, or I would not make it through the allergies of hell for love of cat. Okay. Anyway, Diver Dan is over here now, and you're probably gonna see everything come down. He's in mood. Alright. So anyway, you spend years watching this doofus shit. It's also meant to mislead half of you all, us, they think are real curious, or, keep us distracted and on panels, whatever. Content. It's content, man. And it does take advantage of you all. And it's also a way for them to siphon up receipts, try to figure out who actually knows what they're doing, to tie up bows, to rewrite stories and scripts, change things, rewrite history, make it seem less than, whatever. Less than their roles in or how bad things were. Rinse, repeat, right? But it's years of it. That I've watched this garbage. Now, I told you they're serious about that Ride the Dawn thing. Some of them are also things, right? They're not outright, with who are really what they are. While they play in a group, there's certain things that they are one or the other, or many of these, but they're a connector. So they're constantly pumping out shit. They will send you something to try to get eyes on whatever. That way you gear towards it. Your voice will end either the rise of it or then they can eat you for mentioning it, or, it'll distract you from something. Somebody or some team will send someone over in your fucking inbox to, you know, get you going right instead of left, or wherever you are, whatever you're talking about with these things. They'll also trigger you, and in the first, you'll find that you have all these overly helpful motherfuckers that want to send you clips of every goddamn. Some will send you every good thing ever said about you online. Others will be nonstop, 24 hours a goddamn day of nothing but the worst shit. Right? And they do that in a teamwork fashion, knowing which is doing what at the time, to get you emotionally triggered, psychologically, and in certain states. Right? So then they can start running rooms. You see this and that, and you'll have a panel or one knows that. Dude, these people are sick as fuck around here, okay? I mean, sick as fuck. These people, I don't give a shit what they want to call themselves. But the most helpful of mods are usually those types. Those they use like the ICUs and Salty. I mean, like, and others, with Grant, whatever. And, they always have all the things. It's their job. They can run every day, all day. They get all the things and they feed it back to the creators and whatever. The people you see capable of that, um, means they've been doing it for a very long time. So if every year someone like us releases and you see somebody you just constantly be able to clip and they seem to be able to watch and see and be everywhere at once and jump between rooms and just overly helpful, they're a goddamn thing back away. They're owned by creators, they work for creators, this is what they do in the true crime community. They get acknowledgement, they get wrenches, they get they get whatever. Their crack money, who the fuck knows, okay? They get to feel like the real true detectives on the ID goddamn channel, we're not sure. But all of them are sick as fuck. Because essentially what they're doing from the point you will ever come into contact with social media combined groups like this is psychologically, emotionally manipulate you to pull you into this room, to acquire you as, and to go real life on you all these things. But it's mostly here psychological, emotional manipulation, and it's nonstop. It's very detrimental to the people they're doing it to. They know that. They do not care. They hope to never be ferreted out or held accountable. But it is very tormenting to those who go through it, and they do not care. These people love that shit. And they all work together to do it. They do it across many platforms at one time. And they will do it in your inboxes, and then little helpers that are overly helpful will help keep you in certain moods and ways and all this in order to trigger, elicit, get, gain. It's how they lie to your family members and others and people in your area. They'll straight lie to them to get anger responses or sad responses, and then start. And that's how they answer. Under false pretenses and shit like that, right? But it's always that. It is very, sick. These people are, absolutely, they can call them web sleuths, or that they're just doing whatever to get info, or whatever the fuck it is they tell themselves. Some of them know clearly what they're doing and they enjoy it. Others, I guess, tell themselves that using psych and emotional warfare against the human beings and abusing other human beings to that level is somehow not abuse. It is absolutely abuse. And it is very detrimental and destructive of the human beings' psyches and emotional states and things that can cause lifelong issues for them. And for those children and others around them in relationships and their whole worlds. But hey, web sleuths, they're just there doing all the thing, but they're absolute abusers. And they get off on it. They do love that emotional. I mean, like, I'm just like, whatever. But anyway, so you have all that. But you have things, right? You have those that'll stay with you in one direction, right? But then you have things that will send you all the things from everywhere. Right? And then they do harder pushes at, in a way, they're bigger tiered ones. They do more nuanced and, I guess, intellectual based module taking. I don't know what the fuck they've done, but they try to do it in a smoother manner. And either way, but there are more than a few of those. They're happy through that time. Oh, and do take a note if you ever come along over. Motherfuckers ever tell you they're walking off the panel to get a straight, they'll be back, blah blah, and then something bad happens during that time. Watch those motherfuckers. Like, I'm just walking away for a second. Yeah, you better just zip it. Something bad's, but you know what I mean? If you're from the ones that are always dropping their goddamn contacts, you find yourselves on, I don't know, phones or communicating behind scenes doing what's always like headphones this or that, or there's weird noises, or something's doing this or they have to fuck shit. Alright. I don't know why I'd say that. All of them are always up to fuck shit. You will never find anybody really that surrounds you or comes near you that's up to really any good. So, or doesn't want something from you or whatever. That's usually bad. It's probably best not to give them what they seek either. So, I would, yeah. Alright. So, all that being said, for years, I've known how many are we're giving packets on everything. Now, a lot of times, these sons of bitches handed me this shit. I assumed very early on, especially when they tried to do it to Ernie Ware, and I was like, fuck is this? And at the same time, they were planting shit, trying to make it look like Kansas was, and at the same time, you have the volunteer group on one. This all looks stupid to you. Fuck, you weirdos. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Luckily, those nights I knew where she was, and it damn well was not where these sons of bitches were planting shit. And trying to have others call in. So, yeah, they fucking missed me with that shit. But anyway, it's like, the fuck is this? Because a lot of times they'll hand you those because they want to see if you'll participate or play with them, right? And gearing towards or targeting those people or doing whatever. You know what I mean? Or calling her being distracted, whatever. And, if I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't play that shit. It's their way of seeing if they can rat and cheese you. Right? Gear you towards certain things, what you respond to, what you want, if you'll help them with, or whatever you know, too. As you can see, all the others will do that. Hiltz, Fred, Marlena, the rest. No. Becca, Monster. Well, there's obviously got extra on top of it, so. But you'll see them do that with other, like, the actual other creators. Like, you'll see a creator come on here and refuse to be part of that. And then 2 weeks later, you see certain connections made, and suddenly that creator getting super chats for it, and suddenly veering off into the rat and cheese section. Then you start seeing they're not going with what's naturally content, or they're being asked to do it with a group. They learn rather quickly that that's what will build in this group. I mean, there's many reasons they do it, but a lot of times it's asked for. And they learn that they're sort of punished or views held down, whatever, if they don't go along with it. It's this whole thing, many faceted thing. But it's how they keep the world revolving over here. In the very early stages, I know that's what they're trying to do. They still do. To certain degrees and ways, there's no. The background shit, all the shit is what it is. I think. And I think especially there's. Because that had laid out for a while. And I think since September or so of last year, it's been a real effort to see what I could be manipulating into naturally protecting, or lengths might go, or if I would full on target or hurt other people to protect. Probably to see how massive a response I had to certain things, like the protecting of other children and such online. Things like that. And if I would maybe go about targeting others or taking it, I don't know. And that, the last few months, say nobody got too much more of a response out of me than what has been my natural. Um, Stop fucking with all the children thing than is typical. But felt a little flavor on that since mid last year, Just don't like being fucked with, man. But, and I'm really sick of seeing all these children targeted, or all you assholes gearing up for one way or the other, too. Leave them be, man. Although I will tell you, there's one in particular every day lately I've been waking up like, man, since they're really the only one out here, and then when I keep singing shit, maybe the reason half of all the wrong goddamn people are being eaten. along with Tragedy Pimps and Team Fuckface back there, and McDonough and whatever else. Well, it's time for some to start telling the goddamn truth. But I'm still trying to be nice. I'm not touching that. I'm trying. Trying. Anyway. Especially, honest to God, when the one that's caused absolute goddamn anarchy with McDonough. And got targets put on my kids and mine, essentially, even though throughout the last few of summer, mine has been absolutely annihilated online to degrees that one hasn't even been. And so, sort of just. Some days lately. I'm still trying to be nice, so. And bite my motherfucking tongue. And keep in mind that I've tried to protect all of them throughout all these years so that it could all just be left with alien feds and not in public view. And for fuck's sakes, you know? But Lord mercy, some days it's hard. Anyway. Okay. So all that being said about the others, the things, 40 hours rank codes, how things operate, what they hand over. How early on some of those were getting all the files on, you know. Hell, you know, there's one particular person in this arena. I don't think there's anything they missed on any of you. Like, fucking for real, like each one of you all that had a packet from this person that came, like, like 900 family obits, your genealogies, your fucking everything and everythings, and holy shit balls, bro. Your real social, real names, real everything, bro. Some of you, and then some of you even surprised they went figured out, like, some of you truly are, like, fucking 9 identities deep. As far as I like to. You know, but. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, no shit. Let me see, did I send it over here? Okay. Okay. I might have. It might be one of these. Hell's it? What is it, buddy? Mm, is your little brother picking on you? Oh, bless your little. Alright, what I'm gonna do is. Some of you have been around here for years, do indeed know the history. Some of you do not. I know good. Oh, there it is. Now, I posted this in my community section 3 days ago. Now, wait, what? Started happening in the back of my YouTube 3 days ago in the held for review section. Oh, that's right, a Jack did. Brought it right out of the woodwork. Anyway, but I posted this, right? It's over at community wall. It's the screenshot of the first of PG's live stream. And, shows little Ziggy modding over there. During this particular live stream titled Summer Wells Case, talking with ex-friend of Jody Sue. Right? Now in it I ask, this was no friend of mine on PG's in December of 21. But guess who it was as little Ziggy modded for Prayer Garden, as Ziggy helped build Prayer Garden. Because you remember she was coming off that Dawn Dick riding bender-ish, but not really. Has she ever actually in all these years? Anyway, Prayer Garden and Ziggy helped build PG up and taught little Ziggy how to not only stalk us in real life, which she did do. Just days later, here in Tennessee, went in town, and wasn't the first or last time, but also helped harass us and create lives and target us online, all with PG and crew, of course. And whatnot, right? So, I mentioned the fake Fed and how Ziggy has the only copy and all the things, and there are hashtags and things, okay? Anyway, I never named it. This was no friend of mine on PG. Many of y'all have been around here for years, do indeed know who that quote ex-friend was, correct? It's not really a mystery to us. People have maybe forgotten. Some may not know. Now, look here, y'all. This is a thing. Okay? It's pretty obvious for everyone it's a thing. All the things. Now, these messages were during the time the live was occurring. Hope you're doing okay, hun. Spelled H-U-N. There's only so many that do that, I had your back tonight at Prayer Garden. And y'all, I can't tell you how much I hate it when you do that. And early on they did. They made sure to egotistically now, oh, I had your back. Always got you in chats. Do I look like I need a goddamn thing? Do I look like a woman? If I ever asked for me, I'll just go like troll the shit out of anybody. No. Have you ever been like, hey, go support me somewhere? I need to see y'all at the... Fuck no. I don't know what kind of ego y'all think I have, or like I need to protect it. Fuck off. They did try in early stages, so I'd see them everywhere, and I might trust them and come hither and be manipulated and think they're my buddies or my heroes. I don't work one way or the other. I probably like that shit even less than I'm like, fuck you, bitch. Seriously, I don't want this. I had your back tonight, Prayer Garden. She used you as clickbait. Just letting you know. They always be letting you know. It came full circle back to Candace. Luca Vega had your back too. Oh dear. Luca, Love Balloons, Luca. Josh, TM, Trixie, Luca. It's easy. I was like, were those messages supposedly by the ex-friend? And I put that quotation marks. And then I LOL'd it. And then this one goes, yes, some lady you must have had a few messages with. She had nothing. I was like, it's another YouTuber. A newbie. They go, I bet Benny is behind it. They were trying to, well, so quote you, but got everything wrong. And then they corrected, went to and. Sorry to quote you. This prayer garden tried to say you've been after her the whole time. She's a problem. Anyway, guess who we were talking about? Guess who the ex-friend of Jody Sue was? Well, god damn it was Chris fucking Sims. No shit. It was Chris Sims. No shit. With the video out at the same time that says, Lodi Sue, you better have your boots ready. Threat video, right? Much like she did when she acquired my sibling. Shit her and Shay did to blackmail and insert list responses with bullshit lies they told the sibling. All that, right? So there's that. But yeah. So here's this. Right? Here's this. Live and in real time. And as you'll see, Crystal, had unsent, as I screenshot and I sent these to this person, all of her fucking messages. Now, when she got up on Prayer Gardens, there, Miss Crystal, pretending and faking to be an ex-friend of mine, swearing to the public that she had been a friend of mine, and I believe, if I recall correctly, without going back and finding that shit and after the fucking bring it out here in the goddamn open fully again. I believe the whole bender on Crystal was, I tried to help her through her cancer, I was being supportive, and then look how she did me and just threw me away, and we were friends. She has cancer on her TV, and I was just being whatever to her, and look how she did me. And it was all fucking goddamn lie. Now, Crystal, she wasn't new to the Waxland either. I don't care what she wants to tell you. She's been around here doing this type of dirty work in the background research teams for eons. She came out in summer stuff. Ziggy's and Scott and others. Scott helped build the bitch in the background. They waited till a certain time, gearing up for Monster and Becca and Course Angeles. Every video was about my kids from this filthy skank psycho fucking bitch. The worst shit you could ever say about children imaginable, she said and did and tormented. She's inserted in around my family. She acquired. It's what she's done to Summer's whole entire goddamn community. For the team. Y'all get it? Y'all get why she's been in touch with so many and trying to acquire back from the community and especially around witnesses and others, or dragging in the cornbread and enacting the plan of the tragedy events all these years, and why she's acting so lunatic lately, right? Oh boy. And if you've watched her throughout the years, and oh boy, tell you what, you know where she actually belongs and what she's up to. But yeah, Scott and them helped get her and that channel ready in the background. Videos ready to go. They built her up and were watching them in private behind the scenes to get enough views for her to come live and do all things. The whole goddamn channel was about my children and I, and furthering the bullshit blackmail attempts by Squall and them who were real life personal friends. Candace and all things, right? The narratives pumped out. She was targeting and attacking my kids too. Every time little anybody would speak on abuse, she was like, fuck that, just worker at blood. She's abusing that baby, that baby good. Right? Oh, yeah. But I wouldn't respond to her. When she got the man box, see, she got in there before that channel came live and open. Really come at me. I heard you were clan, blah, 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 and my husband's like, my children are this. I just want to be sure. I'm like, bitch, are you stupid? That's a shit from Squall. Which tells you she was indeed with and in around Squall. She knew the fuck she was doing. And like Crystal, she just can't. She has to be that type of. Tries to trigger and elicit responses. Emotional and psychological means. Right? She's a gross, filthy, dirty, fucking cretin. And if there's one I'd like to see on a piker in here, metaphorically speaking, in a courthouse, in a prison cell for life, it'd be that bitch. And you think I'm joking, and I'm not anyway. I would like to see her get a goddamn life sentence in a prison cell for the havoc she's wreaked and the laws she's broken and what she has done to so many, and especially Summer's case. Just all by her little self, let alone what she's done with this group. You want to talk about one of the most detrimental, destructive forces inside of Summers? That little clinch pin is it, which is why none of them get her to go away and why they have to do lawsuits and shut her control and all this crap. Is because they know if that bitch gets tied up, they're all going to fuck now. Because look how many have had contact with her and played with her. And the shit she's really done, and with whom, and what group. Oh boy. For what reasons. And what they've really gotten up to. And it, people have enough to put it together. For an LE and courts and feds. That one gets wrapped up, or police actually start looking at that bitch and pulling all things, and she's not able to tamper or do whatever, act crazy enough. They're all fucking hit sideways. Good luck to them. Anyway, so we have is Crystal then, she was on PG's, Ziggy's, Scott Elbert, they did it in the background, but before that channel came out, she was in my inbox, trying to get close, trying to get info from this and blah blah. I wasn't having it. I didn't like her, wasn't gonna respond to her. She told me she was immediately she was going to build a Summer Rails channel, and she needed my help. And here are the questions yet, not asked, didn't nuance. It was basically, in a way, like, you're going to give it to me, I'm entitled to, blah, blah, blah. The same fucking, I don't know who the fuck she thinks she is. I've never figured it out. She makes me want to fucking vomit. I mean, ugh. I know what she is, and I know why she's built the way she is, and it makes me want to vomit. Anyway, so, I show this person on the messages where CZ has clearly deleted her portions. But when CZ got up on Prayer Garden, okay, I realized after a month I was not in any way responding to her. I wouldn't comment back to her. She wasn't getting anywhere with me. I wasn't gonna help her build no Summer Wells channel or otherwise, and I didn't like her. And I was quite a bitch to her at the end. I was like, man, fuck out, like, you know what I mean? So, um, and not even really. I just sort of like ignoring her things. Like, at the last 20 minutes, dude, it'd be like one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, right? And I never would reply to him. So I wasn't, you know, this bitch is crazy in my shit, though. But what she did was she got up on PGs with Ziggy and Scott and everybody else's help, I'm sure. And no little Ziggy here, who's younger than mine, helping mod that shit. And, just a few short days from coming here and learning from Mama how to stalk and terrorize in person. And how to be turned down for dinner. Ziggy will tell you, Judy's too sus, she wouldn't meet us for. Bitch, please, like I didn't know what she was. And yeah, it's real helpful to see your kid come the fuck on. But audience is still by that bullshit. And then you all expect us to just go out and eat and do whatever and give these people whatever too. That's weird on your all's part. Fuck. So anyway, um, so I screenshot and I showed them these. And like, yep, I got so rude in there. It was a complete setup. Even the subs. Well, no shit. You remember how Linda and Penny in the Discord like, Jody was saying weird stuff about chats to be cleansed. Oh no, that was the call. That was the call with Jenny Adrian. She was saying it was weird, bizarre stuff about chats, right? But they really do. Hell, just watch what they did to Chris and Seth and all them and Sebastian's. Same thing they do here to all of us. Same thing they do every time you see one of us enter a fucking chat. It's either made nice or brutal. And then everything in between or not going that way is timed out, blocked, stopped, pebbles driven, sheep follow. It's a manipulative thing. So anyway, yep, I got so rude in there. It was a complete setup. Even the subs. So see, even the long-term things that do actually help do these things for all these people know exactly what goes on in the chats. And how you all are used and sheep right along into it and don't even realize, I mean. Anyway, so she didn't show hardly anything to put it in context. Yeah, no shit, because there's nothing to show. Right? But, CZ went on PG's pretending to be an ex-friend of mine that I had done dirty. She supported me, my kids, my DVD, blah, 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 blah. And look how mean I was to her. Right? And told him I deleted or whatever. But then half the messages she had even deleted where the deletions would happen, right? Or like she's notorious for the big blank spots in between messages or her part left out or like her part of certain audio and conversations left out. Y'all ever notice that? You gotta love it about that one. Anyway, she's notorious for it. But she really rode that panel in the front of the world, slandered, libeled. Oh yeah, and that's Leonard at full tilt, right? Oh, the whole thing. Everything was wide open after that. But if I'm not mistaken, this is the same live where Candace came on. It was clickbait. Hey, we're gonna talk to the friend, ex-friend of Jody Sue. And then what happened? I believe Candace came on there, Benny, right? And BG, whatever, but I believe that's the live stream, wasn't it? Where Candace and PG then put out falsely and they lie, saying that Silver's footprint had been found on 125. And the dogs were running back and forth across the road and all that shit. Mm-hmm. I believe it was. Yeah. And I don't know how you really explain that away with booze or dope. I don't know how you explain away going and be online supposedly searching or looking for answers, whatever, and putting out misinformation or lies, or targeting others around your community and witnesses and trying to make them look guilty yourselves with fake ass shit. Seems like you can't really explain that away with I was drunk or high. I've never, ever, ever fucking seen anything like it. And I don't honestly think we ever will. I just don't. Some days I'm even as shocked as you all are. Like, these are all moments for me that. And see, I would not naturally go to any place, and I still don't. Like, I try not to. Wherever they are speaking, or their favorite creator at the time, whatever, or spoke somewhere, I try not to go there. I don't even go to C's much. I don't go to D's. I try not to. But of course, I hear things in passing in this, can't help that around here. But, you know, there were a lot of things in the beginning. I heard them doing and saying or was aware of at that point, and I still did not come out in full tilt sideways. And even after all these years, I still do not. Still do not. And I'm damn sure never made up fake shit on them. Or said that there was evidence XYZ in XYZ spot and shit that was not. Because you shouldn't want that in Summer's case or online. I don't know who in the fuck would do something like that. Especially if you're the parents of. That cannot be explained away by the open post. I don't care how shit faced you are. Nobody would do that. That's you up some fuck shit. That's what that is. Right? I've never seen anything like it. Um, I mean, can we be wrong about things on the 15th or this year? Sure. But the thing is like, um, I've still never been like, this, that, evidence, blah, blah, was found XYZ on or in or taken, or, you know what I mean? Like, and damn sure not on purpose and as a lie. I generally try to keep what the fuck I know about anything like that to my fucking self and not public, period. And away from certain motherfuckering since June 15th, for sure. Especially since I was there to witness all the days after, for months. And knowing how they're operating and playing games and fucking around. And apparently were not made aware of certain things by Ellie, like some of the rest of us were, or aware as a community about certain things like some of us were. Though you had to figure out whether it was they're pretending not to know. Like you'll see Don do with Lockdown. When Lockdown's like, do you know who Emma Crumbs Stories is? Or, oh my god, there's this movie, it's brand new, it's from like 99 of Chris McDonough. Did you know about this? Don's like, oh, boy, please. You know? So you gotta always figure out which one they're doing. But, anyway. So yeah, I generally don't talk about anything I know about being anywhere. I mean, the footprints, obviously, they're said to be around. Um, and because they're so widely known, do talk about those some here and there. Not a whole great deal, though, if you think about it. And there's stuff that is semi-known because of whatever Dawn or Jamie or Cam or whichever dipshit wants to speak, or however they want to take Lawson's words on the news, and whichever clip they choose that day. But that, I mean, otherwise I don't really speak much. And I damn sure don't go around lying about, and then being like, oh, but they found this, and let's play with Sharon, let's pretend Summers was found upon him one time, let's annihilate the red dragon, let's all pretend there's footprints here, and Jody, blah, 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 blah. Right? The fuck? You get what I'm saying? The fuck? So anyway, I still am going to put up all the receipts, all the memories, all the things we know. You know, when I still don't come out here attacking the shit out of them. Could. But it would be with real life shit behind it, not made up garbage like, we're paying on the kid and they're shit like they've done to everybody while feeding them out to the fucking tragedy principles. It's just weird, alright? But anyway, on that live stream of Prayer Gardens, which she had rather quickly, by the way, and you will not see the bitch put back up again, I promise you that. Maybe I will for shits and giggles, though. Anyway, so you can all hear CZ come out in the wide world. Do that and lie and build everything she is up on me and my children, the decimation of my family, my community, etc., my life, temper, of course, all things she's done throughout all the fucking years. And it's why they hide that piece. It's because it's such a key of what CZ's done and with whom and which ones. So they often change up. I'm like, like, oh, Scott started, Ziggy started. It's always helpful to get her to change your, it's funny. No, the author had an incident. But in each cycle they change your story. It's fucking. But that's really where it started, and they allowed it. Imagine that Ziggy and Prayer Garden and Benny and Scott are participating in the rise of PG or CZ, and CZ pretending falsely to the entire world to know me, and then to slander me, and to create a fake narrative around me that I was terrible to someone who was a real friend of mine, like she was. She wasn't. She was not. You ever notice for all these years she leaves that out? She'll fight with me over the messages in the inbox and try to keep it there, but she does not want people to remember that that exists and what she truly did and with whom. And what else was featured on that live that night. And that they've hidden from you all in the public. What they all did together. And Susie's admitted to many of those cycles. You know, when she pretended to contact the TBI and on herself, saying she's part of the group, or when she did the videos that way maybe I'd befriend her thinking she was my hero, or when they placed her on that fake ass bullshit false lawsuit of atheists to try to get me to befriend her, do all the fuck shit with Andy and Becca and selecting certain dates for it where I couldn't tell my son goodbye. They thought. Um, the day he was shipping out all these things, and then inevitably it was meant to be changed on purpose to another judge and laid down to where it couldn't be argued, to where it would look certain ways on me when Monster and I went to court. You know, and all this sort of shit. But CZ was meant to be the hero. Look, I have all the things to save us, Jody. Everything to take Hazy. It was never meant to go anywhere anyway. It was just to mean, just to make me look certain ways in court for Andy and Becca, the group, so they could have Andy out here full out and open, so they could torment Little, so they could do this to Iron Little, so CZ would maybe be my hero and get things from me. It was all bullshit in about 3 different directions. And I wasn't falling for it. But then other times, like she pretended she took down Moselle. As Jenny and Adrian pretended to a sibling that they were fighting a good fight, and blah, 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 and lawsuits were threatening us. Moselle's wow, the shit really happened. But Big Bad Sis made it happen, but it was actually Andy who did all that shit papers he was never even supposed to release. Moselle, who lied and has already been known to be a fraud prior to that. Moselle coming from McDonald's, pinning him, using him, that bitch playing stupid. Jenny and Adrian right in there in the planning of using Moselle to do that without my sibling knowing, and then pretending to the sibling they were the hero. Crystal over here pretending to be like, look, Jody, I threatened Moselle and she took it all down. Bitch, please, I know what took her down. It was the threat of that bitch being sued sideways. That and the truck shit TM and Ziggy were doing, all that shit also lent my mom's heart attack. So congrats, ladies, loved it. It's amazing. Anyway, y'all do you, right? Whatever. Anyway, CZ many times has been like, oh, dear TBI, there's a group and they have been working in conservative against churches and blah, 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 blah. And then I was part of them, but now I'm not, because it got too extreme. Bitch, that bitch ain't stopped in all these years. But you remember how she changed the letter or one mark off and somebody call her out? She thought we were all stupid. She always be fucking around the most. So anyway, now we know it's not forget McDonough's cold case Moselle there, that beautiful little Moselle expert he has. Like, how he was the one that was pushing her, propping her up, or fake, imaginary, nonsensical, not a thing expertise job she made up herself. But she paid him enough dues where he propped her up on his ship. But then after she was outed and being threatened by my family with lawsuits, is there any animal bullshit? He hit all that. Karen goddamn timed me out. All I did was put a laughing emoji in the damn chat over McDonald's. Karen's like, no! Bitch, much content. Whose names did you buy that fucking Airstream on, you fucking cunt? Whose life and destruction of is y'all did? What the fuck? You just tell me out, Karen, you bitch. Cause I laughed at Moselle here was clearly a fraud and y'all know it. Cold case fuckery. Anyway, Go ahead. Ain't she a writer? She does. So anyway, um, yeah. So it's weird though, right? Um, I was like, it was one of the ones I did a bit on because her ass was coming at me sideways. Then wanted me to be her personal encyclopedia on summer. And they asked how recently, question mark, and did she delete all her own messages? And I was like, somewhere around those dates. So the dates I left on the messages that I screenshot correctly and sent. And then this live of PG's was around December 8th of 21. Uh, that would also place that, I believe, around another. Wasn't that around the copy and paste Lee? Fuckery? Liz fuckery and some other. But, yeah. That's what I showed him, and it was indeed on mine. You could see that CZ who had deleted all those things. Though when she got it on PG, she gave the whole story. So, they go, that's shady for a start. I was like, near her first messages, she deleted. But I have screenshots somewhere, and I do have also recordings. I've shown those to you throughout the years. They're like, wow, people are so desperate to start a channel off Summer's name, and it's disgusting. And, I also do not have YouTube, don't forget, by the way. Her first message was accusing me basically being, because she was like, are you claiming it racist? I can't do racist because my husband's black and this. And boy, ain't she phone along with hell the other day. She was doing a, hey, I called my husband the N-word post. Hard R. My good Lord. Hell, I think by year 2.5, she was over like, poor Hill's on the ground. That racist propaganda pusher through politics that made lives for my children and husband worse. God love her heart, bless her soul, rest her peace. Yeah. Like, just because it was popular, I didn't do that. She definitely swings whichever ways. Whatever. It was like her first message was accusing me of being clan, but also wanting me to give her info in summer for her YouTube. It was wild, laugh out loud. And they were like, I'm just astounded Benny is there. Had any drive-bys with him and Chase yet? I was like, I've been gone mostly. And they were like, good. He says he's had an awakening, but was threatening this white boy's mother. Same thing as Griff and Daryl. This was during push 2 with Ziggy and the rest to try to make me believe that Green Eyes was Griff, by the way. There was recordings, you could clearly tell it was Griff. Of the Doug and Ziggy and Griff are gonna rock, paper, scissors between who's gonna let out the fake DCS shit. Griff and Doug. Anyway, but Daryl, you know. It's, yeah. Funny thing in that call to Benny from Green Eyes, he slipped and called him Daryl. Interesting how that conversation often goes. And one's ever far behind the other, and then you realize he's had contact with. Oh, you know. Anyway, I'll post these in the community section here shortly. But yeah, oh fucking hell, Jay. Anyway, you know, held all things like Foxy, Tennessee, this, whatever. You know. But anyway, like I said, it's weird, ain't it? I posted that about Prayer Garden Talks to the ex-friend 3 days ago. Jack starts in the background 3 days ago. Looks like it's definitely been gearing up for 13 days. Along with another bender on its own channel, but it started mine 3 days ago. There are vague things only a mother can pick up in those posts. My God. Oh, and then what are the hints over there around CZ's right now? Oh my goodness. Whatever could that be? And around May, June again? No way. No way. It's always the DV attack the children, make Jody and Little feel certain type ways. Let's fuck with them and go real life film season. Alright, it's open fucking season leading up to June 15th. For months before. Yeah, always is. Always is. Um, but that looks like I don't know, the Keep It Up, the bodies, the, hacking, discords, things putting in. Hey, but go ahead and turn in. Keep turning in, but this changes nothing. Well, people think they've gotten into our systems and gotten something to be looking at in the back discords. ACZ? Others? And then Hansel and Mama can pick up. While Hills is doing this thing, or people okay, okay. No. I'm sure it's all just a 3 day coincidence. Then a 13-day one when Hiltz was attacking us because, I don't know, could those have been around days certain things were noticed or anything? That's why cycles start up right, or people were afraid people were turning things in the last month or 13 days or so. Could it be that? Now vague shit. Shit hidden in woo woo shit. Threats to do things to I my daughter again. If XYZ. But ways that look pro JSP, or hey, here's a fake thready thing in there, back here, blah blah, it looks pro JSP, and look, I bought your daughter what could it, just in case we are like, hey, dear detectives. No, y'all never work in a well organized, concerted effort to do any of that, would you? Like you've already admitted you've done and have done for years, even with Chateau Wells over there and others. Atheist, PGs, Squalls, Pennies, the Bennies, the Scots, and Z's, and oh my. You bitches better miss me this time. You better get on the most bored May, June, July path you've ever been on in the last almost. Find some new goddamn content. I know you can't because you're redoing shit that's already been done on Hilts 14 fucking times. You know why I know this? Because Hilts, see, he was here before many of us. I think he was really first fucking here other than C&D and whatever. But, and Alan, him, I don't know. Hell, everybody was here really before us. We were some of the last, despite their narratives. But here's how I know y'all are being taken for a cycle again, right? Hold on. Did I transfer that shit over? Oh wait. There's part of Scott H's genealogy and all his family shit I was saying. Part of some of. Anyway. Let's see here. She's bullshit. Purple Knight, bullshit. Bullshit. Squall bullshit. That bullshit. That is not one. Oh, here we go. And y'all can go to this fucking rabbit if you want to, man. Because it is indeed a rabbit hole, but it will show you what Hiltz himself is up to. And with this group and for how long. How long Hiltz has made a lifetime career out of, many accounts, much like season doing fuck shit, and people around him are criminal oriented and doing fuck shit. What he really ties to and has for years, whatever. But anyway, I was sitting. I can't remember which fucking one it was, but what I was sent. One of these goddamn fuckers had okay, look, they were like some of Hiltz's profiles, okay? And then in them were things like this, the RSO lists in New York, you know, this shit, you know. Um, and stuff like interesting. That one. So, I can't remember anyway. But Lee is like to Mark Derpa account, right? Sent shit on this particular fella here. And it's from Gloversville, and I swear to some look, there's so many names and faces and profiles for this particular Mark Depa that it's unreal. The names of which also has him living in Sweetwater, Tennessee, instead of Gloversville. Live, the one married to him is Linda on some of those. Some have him at Hers of Hope. And then I swear to God, you'll find some photos where one of the characters looks like fucking Jose, wildly enough. But there are a million Mark Depas. Hiltz was indeed friends with these folks, whatever. What's even wilder is a lot of the. And then, what you find on some of these Mark Depa, accounts, are that our beloved Jackie Royce is somehow friends along with, and you'll only find it really on one of them, right? Jackie's there. I kid you not, really does bear strange resemblance to those with some profiles. But you'll find also beloved Benny there, but only on one. And then guess who else is there? But only on one. And it is indeed the real one. No shit. Well, Jason motherfucking Justice, of course. But they've only selected one of the Mark accounts. Now, why they only selected one out of all of them, I don't know. And Hiltz isn't, and yes, it is the real Chasing's profile. I did check all these things out way back, and again recently. But yeah, then in others, this person's engaged. The picture, I was like, holy shit, is that, whatever. But then also in this post by Life Ones, as the guy's name listed as Mark Depa and Jesse James Gardner, it gets wild. But then if you look up that guy, he's a wheat grower. And then I was also sent something by something, I don't know. I forget the guy. Oh, that's it. Steve Rack, Race Hell and Eat Cornbread, right? That leads back to the actual. It's fun. Um, you just have to go see. But some of these Mark accounts, right? They have real people here around them that are actual real locals. Some of which are very striking names and real. Cornbread and chicken territory. Not sure what the hell's going on there. But it will lead you down a mighty large rabbit hole. Uh, I guess it just went down. What the odds of that, you know? Anyway, weirdly enough, certain houses in 21 look similar in August. So it helps with, I don't know, the whole cat thing happening. I really had to compare this poor woman to, cause that's why I was like, recently going back over, I was like, man, no, I remember a lady. And I'm just now seeing Hiltz's wife, so I was like, is that the same one from that? And so I went back and I had to compare tattoos to, be like, no. Anyway, the amount of fake fuckery and bazillion 40-gallon raincoats that surround Hiltz for years, and looks like a whole bunch of conners, scammers, probably the funsies he's had online for years, because that's really, if you go all the way and way back when social media first really was picking up, you can see Hiltz's pathetic ass being on it. He wanted attention, you could tell it. I think he has had rings going for a very long time online around him. To scam, con, to work in concerted effort with one another. That's why he's useful here. Right? Useful. He already had a semi pre-built system. I think, uh, well, you know, dogs and fleas. Uh, I think he had the way of it down before happening to find his stuff here, whatever, you know. He obviously has a past of drug uses. There were some of the names and some of these things and some of the shit he's linked to, man, they are real fucking names here that are really well known here in circles. But yeah, it looks like he spent years, well before summer vanished, operating online with a whole bunch of people and a whole lot of fake accounts. You know? And having done that for scams, money, who knows what the fuck, for a long time. Before just finding himself, I guess, perfect child, right, including his own. Into what he probably considers infamy, if you go all the way in the way back and see what a pathetic piece of shit, formerly bullied, pretend hard ass he is, but is really in his feels because he's bullied as, as a kid, a teen, whatever, and he says that, I don't think he realizes, but he does say that. And, he's very even early on abusive to women in his live streams. You'll see some of his baby mamas in those. Those are pregnant and otherwise. Swear to God, some of them girls look a little below age too while he's almost 30. I just don't even know about it. But, either way, you can tell he's just a fucked up kid that was bullied, and then instead of being better, doing better, he became one. And he torments other people's lives. Um, Scams, cons, still work, you know. He's just, ugh. He's pretty basic, bitch, shit. And, but this makes him feel powerful, so it's what he's chosen, social media. Where was it at the other night? He was stomping around swearing he was like, I'm untouchable, I'm a god. Yeah, okay, buddy. Um, but yeah, Oh, that's cinematic track. $5,000 payments. Who's paying who what? Blah, blah, blah. There's fucking Toaster with her hot fucking takes, along with Chris. Others. Lenny. Dana. We'll get on that later. I found this one. I found it entertaining as fuck. Here's Amy Lou with Amy Tate. Pamela Sanchez variety was tweaked the fuck out at Summer's vigil right before Brothers was taken. It was then a liar pants on fire from one net, to help target from Children 9 line. And with Cam and Ellie and old internet too. Please don't refer to Grandma as Grandis. That is not her name and is disrespectful. Says being a goddamn tweaker on 110 around Summer's siblings, you fucking twat. With a wrench. Anyway, so. I'll see ends there. Oh, there's Luca. Oh. And speaking of Luca, we're gonna go down that avenue. Touch on for just a second. Anybody remember the origins of Luca? Do you? Anybody? I do. And then how CZ is suddenly friends with that too. But Luca was very much around the CM realm of things, right? So that found its way to me. Kept trying to push me to and others to watch me. It was something. And then said that touching hands with Trixie and Jay, it's fun. Doesn't matter. But then lately, when Luca came back out as well, Luca, after bullshit excuses of she jumped off the bridge or whatever, I don't know, unbelievable shit that was. It's weird. Computer crashes, this shit goes down. Start talking about hilts one time, goddammit. Anyway, so yeah. But then you remember that period when I mentioned Luca again there a few months back, and suddenly CZ was like, Luca! And yeah, and out there about left balloons over there, and Josh's as well, and suddenly Luca was all up in CZ's, and blah, 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 and whatever. And Luca in the inbox had that 40 hours rank up there. Yeah, always did. Luca's a back shitter. Okay. Much like many others. Always knew that. But yeah. She come back out suddenly, once mentioned. And Susie was like, hey, and then Luke was following her, and then besties with Andy, suddenly all the shit right was occurring. Yeah. And then Luca vanished again. It's weird how shit like that. Oh, and then recently, how Crystal said she's moving out to Washington State with the real green eyes. Anybody catch that fucking community post? It's weird how many things Crystal revolves around, isn't it? Touches as a first like, as similarities to the music and AI driven horseshit garbage. I just, whether they want you to think it's all her, it's this or that, or she's some, whatever. But your first clue to her not being new here is that all her videos, she had programs already. And she knew how to use that tech. She wasn't new to it. When they built her in the background and prepped her to come out with so many views already, with all them watching hidden like. Before she rode the panel at PG's with Ziggy and Little Ziggy modding and Candace Line and all the things. Make sure to be the good clickbait to bring in the thing that they was going to be planned to be said and lied about. To target who am I, around what time, what was happening during that particular stage of December in 21. I don't know. Slay up in her fields, copy and paste. Fuck if I know. Z and MG on them really pissed at me. Benny going to 10. I don't know. An abundance of things were happening then. I wouldn't knock it off and stop calling them out. I didn't like that shit. And in their endeavors to continue to fuck with me, they just continue to commit more crimes, more shit, more shittery. I don't know. It's been years of it, man. But yeah. It's very telling that if you go in the way back, Crystal is also present when Penny and Bullhorn have it out on cams, right, about who's done the most in Summer's case. Right? And she ain't got boo to say. And very nice and acquiescing to Sandy, very calm where it concerns any talk around them. Also note when she did that bullshit around Summer's birthday this year, she was like, Sandy, I hope you're watching. Notice all the characters she's really been in touch with and doing for all these years. And which creators blocking and bashing have used the bitch to do. Or to keep communication with her so that there's like buffers in between so the hands can appear clean. Well, she has been used for years to target, annihilate, disseminate, even a squall and the rest that went quiet. At least at the forefront. And to stay aimed at and rotating certain little shit stains like Heather Lynn, Lady R, her, all the critters, continue to acquire, obtain, fuck with, insert, blah blah, run to other witnesses in the community and drag them in and try to find them and getting up to the most shit and, you know. She wasn't new here then and she's real fucking old now. And Hills was definitely up to shenanigans online and whatnot and just brought his little expertise right on over here too once he happened to have a child that was around the summer of the day she vanished and he was like, today, you know, and then like all Andes in here, they'll donate some sperm, but then they don't give a fuck about them kids till cha-ching goes off in their minds. They're like, oh, witness is worth more? Well, shit, threw it away too early. Somebody go help me kidnap it. Through, like, legal court means or bikers or whatever it takes. Jenny, Adrian, the bike clubs, please. Because Hobag and that one need drugs and imaginary campers and stuff and to never pay child support. Health needs drugs and stuff and Hobags and never pay child support. They just need to yell at these kids abusing because it's dangerous to them wherever you know. Still from using them, scammed, laid off on the key, you know. But yeah, it looks like he'll set himself a mighty fine empire of fake bullshittery and helpful unit from Gloversville and all his own shit running scams for years before Summer disappeared. And came pretty into this thing, and so he is a useful little bastard to this place. And to help so much shit continue to run. Plus, he's part of the gaming community, much like Squall, and they can also, well, I don't know about Hills, I think he's a moron. But I know others over here have control groups and gaming groups that fly under the radar of the technical bot views and sub places. So YouTube doesn't as easily detect them. And they sell the, you know, I mean, it's a thing. But yeah, I don't know. There's too many over here connected with some of that shit. Too many. And I find it still to this day very uncomfortable how many, apparently even local YouTubers that were in true crime. They didn't even watchers or subs or anything, but they were involved in it. I find it strange this day that Dobbs is a partaker of true crime and myths and children. I find it fucking odd that so many things are the way. I don't know, man. I find it all strange, really. I find it odd. And like the alleys, and I mean, they knew that they had friends that were true crime. I didn't know that I had neighbors like 4 doors down that were true crime YouTubers. Nobody ever told us. Yeah. Didn't realize that until after. Everything. And then all these, it's like, man, what are the odds? And then you realize how many, I'm like, what the fuck? You know, they had podcast, and then it was like Allie and knew even before summer. I'm like, damn, like, seriously? You know? You gotta be kidding me. Hell, I thought Dobbs was weird enough. Yeah? Hell, on the 14th, when I was scoping out the dude shows, like, I was one of those freak bag QAnon Wayfair fucking types. Ew. Yeah. And then the 15th happens, and then and then after I'm like totally weirded out. Within that, I'm like, holy shit, what are the odds of that? But then as the days go by and you realize you have fucking neighbors 3 and 4 doors down that are fucking podcasters and weird shit, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then I realized Allie and them knew people that were podcasters and true crime shits before. Until after I got and listened at least fully somewhat to the McDonough shit eventually. Way later. I was like, what the fuck? Like, is everybody going in? What the hell? And it was like half the community over here in true crime YouTube land, like when Boswell, what the hell is going on around here too? Like, seriously? Still creeps me the fuck out. I guess it also opens up the arena more for that to be one bizarre twist in the all possibilities thing, but I try to stay more off of that because it seems so like no way in hell could that be like a thing. No way, right? But I don't know. Depends on what touches what, I guess. But it definitely had an effect and very detrimental in the, you know, after the 15th. So, yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, and then to see that, there's so much throughout the years. But yeah, so this whole Hills thing, this cycle, it's not new, right? Also, what I find hilarious is one of his profiles in 21, I'm sure probably after the script and A Price and all them were firmly in place for her, you know. It really has the saying on it, end game or the end game or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I had to side eye it. I had to. Not, probably just because of the place and time currently find everything. But I love him hopping up and down right now, saying he's untouchable. Not sure what he even means by that. But I love that he's went from Benny painting during certain cycles of Tim and Benny blocking and bashing to other creators, but right now it seems to be Fred and Ziggy and others that are footing the bill if somebody's doing whatever and all the things. Do love it. In the early years, you have to appreciate that Emma of Crime Stories was definitely involved in each and every one of the cycles of Fuck JSB, but nobody really wants to mention or talk about that. She had Nana's Angels, John Davis, I mean, all the crew in and on, everything. Ryan to degrees, I mean, yeah, Emma has a way about her, and then she hides everything, pretends, she only got the good girl content. Fabulous. Anyway, but yeah, how Emma's usually there in the first and earlier was very blatantly and out front, being part of the cycles around eyeing the kids. Um, Emma's definitely one of the biggest pieces of shit. As you can see how she and Facebook, the same cycle took place around Chris and Katie and Seth, and her role was very much the same. And Smiley acquired Chris at night, and you can see how and what cog in the machine Emma is. Again, and again, and again, over this criminal organization operating in and around open and active cases. But they did it again, definitely in Sebastian. Same players, same methods, same lure-ins, same, you know, they did it with the Summer Wells groups, and they did it with the Sebastian's family groups, while Emma and all the groups worked together to do that, play the conic, get him to smile, all the things. It's the same thing they did to all of us, Summers. Well, I don't know about C&D, who the fuck knows. Uh, they say they read. Anyway, don't really care either. They different. And they fit our bells out, and they still do. So they're fucking teams. Useless bastards. What's even worse is that half of these fucking idiots over here that have done it with, they think because they're touching this, that, and the other, or somebody's doing or feeling like they have orders from that somehow it's protected, or they won't be, I don't know. And that's why I do it, man, because they feel like it's some sort of official duty or something, or it must mean something then if they're part of whatever to protect and destroy at all costs and annihilate anybody else in the other voice. And it's made them far more extreme and dangerous and ruthless than they probably would have normally been in other cases. It's probably why you've seen the extremes you've seen in swimmers. And it is vastly different than those before. But because of it, they've learned new tricks, and they're carrying those onwards. But they're also learning how to hide a little better, look a little cleaner as they're doing it. That's the damn tragic part of it all. But it happens with all criminals and criminal organizations. So, don't know that you expect any different. This type either you shouldn't. Hell, you can go back through the years and watch them learn and do whatever. But always the same playbook and acquisition and triggering and eliciting responses and psychological and emotional manipulation and oh dear, straight fucking like warfare. Mm. Anyway, you guys, I'm off here for a bit. Anyway, for right now, I want to go out and monk about with my flowers. I've got some business to attend to as well. And, I don't think a walkabout's gonna happen, so I'm probably gonna sit and monk about with my flowers. And, my purple, whatever those are called, are coming back up. And my lilies and all that, and those that I actually have kept from being ill. And an abundance of most of mine that I pulled up and took with me or transferred or at other places or other family members starting to look at them, but there are a few that I do keep here with me. And there are fruits and veggies, little and I have going. It's also time to wake the beast. So, and the strawberries are doing amazing. They are. Still, Little's having a fight to the death with those, aphids still, but, none of our plans of warfare were helping in the least, alright? And Little's like, wait a minute, you've got an abundance of, jumping spiders again that want to be your friend. She's like, I was like, and so Little's been putting all of our jumping spider buddies into the damn strawberries. And they have indeed been keeping the aphids away. So the spider's like, hey, what you doing, bro? And then she holds them for a bit and then puts them back. And she's like, thank you for your drop at the strawberries and all the veggies. And, you know, that's my kid. So, and gosh, there's this one out there. I don't know if it's his aphid. I don't know what it is. That sucker's already gotten like that big. And he is so pretty and he's got teal greens too. But he's definitely there to stay. And they've got their little nest going, and they're just happy to be included and be the pets and all the things. So, whatever. Natural means of aphid control. Um, that's where we're at in pet spider territory. And Lord, y'all, I've had pet spiders. I had one for the longest time, didn't I? And it was a jumping spider with a special species. And I had to order that sucker. I have him shipped. And of course kept others, some not so nice. And scorpions and things like that. So my little's used to them. But jumping spiders are harmless. People freak out. They're very harmless. It's not nice if they bite, but I can't say really in my lifetime I've ever really been bitten once or twice. And that's because I usually grab them in blackberry fields or whatever. But anyway, yeah, so they are very nice spiders. If you see one, they're like the little kitty cats in the spider world. It's okay. I know they do the shifty moves, but it's okay to pet them on their little spoder heads. Tell them thank you. They're good guys. Alright? And they're so pretty. Anyway, so that's what's up. I'm gonna go, why is it getting cloudy again? Better not! Ah, okay, fine. But like, what kind of sphere are we talking? Are we talking some more bullshit? Nathan bubble? Are we talking about like actually gonna happen? Yeah, I don't even know why I'm asking that. They cannot predict the weather in this little zone here. I don't give a fuck what's going down. Like, I can see it move in, and I'm like, oh yeah, storm, woo! And then I forget where I'm at these days, and I'm sitting here watching like all the tornadoes, like 4 feet away, and outside the dome of doom that is whatever the hell the environmental barrier is now changed. And the ozone layer and all that. And I'm like, but the storms, you know, fucking radar will be like, oh, the rain's moving out in 30 minutes. I'm like, what rain? It's not raining here. I see it raining 4 feet down the road. It's not raining here. You know, so it's bullshit. Um, some of those who want you to believe that ain't all fucking up the environment will be like, oh, it's just the hills and mountains that break it up. And for the most part, that's somewhat true. But those of us who live in the radius of definitely not gonna make it if something bad happens over yonder, um, know that there's a dome. Shit don't work here quite the way it ought to. So, it depends. You might as well just say fuck it with any weather, right? Ain't nobody predicting shit. Alright, not in the dome. The Thunderdome. Alright, anyway, guys. So, a little this, a little of that. Some of the characters, players, how they operate, at least a little bit, something until we're, I don't know, not at a point where fully out in all the bullshit, all the real faces and identities behind and stuff, because I ain't called Docs 91. I call it making sure nobody runs to with your shit again. Can happen, and how all of it truly does work together and combine together, and who all is together, and in what ways. So, little things first. Yeah. But I just thought we'd all take a walk around the 3-day park, right? and lighten up certain characters apparently in the background. With certain 3-day posters here and vague things only mothers can see, and family members of those are, vaguely mentioned there too, and in certain posts, and how it can compile all together, make a lovely picture in a threat routine, like a cyclical around this time of year. And to just have a little laugh. The thing that's been much like the other thing, Crystal tormenting the shit out of all his fears, or at least him to do, but is often ignored, like those little critters think. See reaction to Jerry. What, a year later when I thought, what the fuck are you talking about? They just built wrong. So I gotta tell you. Anyway, and then obviously it led to the 13-day walk, and looks like some leading to certain threat fuckery, and now you just keep turning in stuff, and then bodies, and changes nothing. That should be real interesting to certain folks. Anybody's supposed to pick that up though. Anyway, so there's all that. And then the true origin points of Crystal Sims. Shit the album wants you to forget. And that bitch has done nothing but be designed to torment the fuck out of and stay on. And I don't think it bothers me so much. That's why it's kept around too. Like, same way they keep Andy Horvath. Yeah, I guess. Whatever. Yeah. So there's all that in there. Then a little outing of Hilts. If y'all want to go down some fucking rabbit holes, you do it. I'm not much interested in that either. And that is not all the folder handed to me very early on. And that's the wildest part, right? I knew sort of what they wanted when they handed me all that shit. It's like, why would you do that? I don't want anything to do with H or any of that. Didn't want to really talk to Allie or the other, I never thought any of us should really be anywhere together online. I did not want to contaminate myself with whatever the hell they were going on about, whatever channels they were on about, or with. They were all tragedy pimp friendly. I was not. It's still not. And, so I stayed away from them for the most part. But I knew what they wanted. It's like, why are you handing me this, man? And I think it's super genius. When we first came here and realized what else had done with H and all that, it's like, God, what a piece of shit, dude. Clearly tell he just wanted his hands on it for money. It wasn't hard to get. He's a piece of shit. After that, didn't have nothing for the dude. Everybody wondered about the Tennessee tour and waves, but it's like, yeah. But yeah, never did target the show, did or anything. And like, man, he spent years doing it to me and mine. This motherfucker don't know us. And he didn't really until money started being exchanged. And at certain times, especially from Benny and crew, leading up to the first May, June, July cycle with Monster, and when Scott, Penny, and else when Monster out of the bike, Oh yeah. Then Benny started paying his phone bills and everything. It's fucking amazing how that went down. And then Hiltz was right on the fuck JSB train. And she's responsible for the math and summer in train, Then there's nanos around the false info and all that. Like, fuck you assholes. TM tried to make sure that stayed recently with Hiltz firmly. Like that was the truth, light and way, and it really was just a paid hit job and a lie that Hilt stole for money with and for TMBK at the time. Take eyes off of Allie and Drew and H and C and D, and it was put, oh, guess where, on us. And it never happened, and wasn't that, And then recently, TM was like, no, we gotta make sure it stays in effect for reasons. So, double down on the Hilts. And that's exactly what happened. Wild how busy she must be. It took time to do that in the last couple weeks. You're always slithering around somewhere. Oh, Lord, she's really learned empathy and sympathy. Not to be learning how karma works. Anyway. But yeah, God, it's fucking terrible. But, yeah, anyway, and then, I mean, was headed far more on Hilts and everybody else. I just didn't care about it. Never really picked it up. Didn't need to. I was not going to be sent to target or fuck with the others. Or to have clashes with, or be all like, with, and I wasn't going to dig in. I had no need to, like, shit's stupid. But all the fucking others have done. All of them. Now I call them out for the bullshit and stuff through the years, like Hiltz has done that's wrong and on purpose, that I can see he's being paid for. Or shit like seeing him do, where it's like, footprints or Summer's remains, or fuck yeah, I will. But as far as targeting him on or whatever, and for him with intention and just to not, whatever, no. Absolutely not. But that's what this group's wanted, because they want all these hitters and clashes and fights and drama and whatever. And I'm not gonna play that shit. I'll say what I gotta say, and if one of the other fuckers wants to fuck with me for money and clout or their own needful shit or whatever, so be it. But I'm still gonna call them out for the fuck shit they do. But only on legitimate terms. Not because I was sent to or asked to or paid to, because that's never happened. Nor will it ever. They can all be built like that and it should we want to. I'm not interested. I never will be. I'm not gonna play with them. Like I assume I'm supposed to play back and forth fucking Hills early on there a week or two ago. Don't really want to play in that either, though. There is a piece or two I do need to get out of the way with it. Weirdo motherfucker. That yeah, it just needs to be put out there. Otherwise, I'm gonna lay down and leave it alone. But yeah, as far as some of the things I've sent, I'm not going down that road. I don't care. I see enough of it to know what some of it is. Ain't hard to grasp what he is either when he's been for a very long time. For summer banished and what he's been doing in New York and other places to survive and live. Kind of trolling and scamming he's been getting up to. And how many fake accounts he's got and all these other things. He's not new to online anything. It's been his only goddamn life. You know, on these hard streets he talks about, laments over like he's 85. And he's longing for 1985 or something. I just, whatever, dude, But yeah, he wishes. But this place makes him feel like whatever. And he does have this thing about women. Whatever looks he had, he lost very quickly. And he already, even at this young age of that old geriatric head, he feels some types of ways about. And so he's enjoying a realm where women are circling him. It's pretty gross. It's pretty visible with you. know what you're looking for. You can see it. It's a joke. Legend, a god, and untouchable only in his own mind. Ain't nobody fucking untouchable. And as a last note, that last troll with the Jesus stuff. Love your timing. Love it. We're not gonna go there. Good try though. Love that filtered pic. Like, what the hell is that? Rapunzel off of Tangled? And then you filtered that too? Come on now. Anyway, y'all, I'm out of here. I'm gonna, sit down and calmly, uh, fuck around with flowers and, do the adulting and businessy shit throughout the day that I've got to do, and try to get feeling a little better. Enjoy whatever sun or storms comes today. I'd enjoy both. It's a both type of day, and I'm definitely gonna have a cup of salted caramel espresso. On top of that coffee I already had that I wasn't probably need in the first place. And then maybe by the end of the day, I my lavender soap and talk about it. And then all the things with little in between. I believe Little had asked for more salmon tonight, so I've got to lay out more salmon. And even though I've got stuff already fixed, where I had to fix it. Little's just like that, y'all. She's like that. You should see our food adventures this week alone. I've done a few videos, I've not posted and whatnot. But I ain't quite got around to those yet. And I've got to tell you, I'm feeling certain ways about certain things, making sure that, the vague targeting of said child. Well, this child they've targeted, annihilated, and attempted to take the voice of for years, and now they want to play nicey nice about some actually private vids and this other. And I really don't want to see talentless fucking or bad criminal bitches who have tormented the living fuck out of and threatened and been part of circus who have doing so much terrible shit to both of my children. Advertising for my child's merch shop, right? Like that's new around here. And they're like, see, this is artwork, not grifting, real work and talentless AI, sociopathic, criminal, whorebag, lying, child attacking pieces of shit. Semi private, the video. And for those unaware, Little's always had a merch shop around her. She doesn't add to it often. But she changed those. And because the other one, everybody around the world's having problems with. So she changed shops and she's doing new artwork and putting some more new stuff on there. But I think after a while ago, and seeing certain things, I'm probably going to private the vid and take away the link for a while. Which may be the reverse psychology effect as intended, because that one, the Crystal Sims there, she falsely struck the patron that went in, set up, lied to y'all, and then fucked up and showed that she was actually the possessor of the reported form thing. And then Tiffany Marie and all them did shit to my channel, and Tiffany's still perplexed by that. That's almost a year ago. And sounds like as of the other day, she's still perplexed as to how I'm here without that. And then you have Sage and Ziggy and Juniper and the rest working on multiple setups together. Like Sage ain't been threatened to be sued enough already. So that's been fun. It's been a few fucking months, or almost a year, because they've been this endeavor for about. So yeah, but I assure you that is Little Shop, and that is her artwork, and that is always going to her when the company can get its shit together. But ashtray companies, and that's hers to do with what she will, but I think I'm gonna. And she put it on here the other night. Quicker than I could. I was like, okay. But, I hate to have to tell her I privated and did whatever, but I got probably for the best right now before these assholes find a way to fuck with her with that, too. And it bothers her. And I know she'd have a problem with that one. Even mentioning her existence, much less playing that game, while Little is clearly going to be able to do what Mama does. And they're back to threatening and doing whatever, plus potentially threatening us not to turn anything in, or else right now. Which should fly real well. So, yeah, can't imagine what group it's coming from or from whom. Either way. Yeah, they say mama bears, right? Everybody's about that mama bear shit. No, I don't mean the creator. But there are far more. Mm. You know, mama bears are, don't get me wrong, they will fuck you up, but I've also seen them run away and leave the young and be like, fuck you, you know. For me, I'd probably pick an elephant. Or an orca. Elephants will come stomp down your entire goddamn village and make sure they're all ashes and smoke by the time it's done. And then they and the herd will remember. And they'll come back every time you rebuild and do it over and over again. You fuck with one of theirs. Right? They also have empathy and compasses and they mourn and feel very long memories, those elephants. They will make your safari hell if you get off and pet the wrong things or get too close. And the herd will remember. Orcas might take them years between births and this and the other and whatever, but not only if you fuck with one of theirs, they mourn, do things, whatever. Very sentient, intelligent beings, orcas. And if you've ever looked one in the eyes, or eye, because that's just how it is, or touched one man as it watches you, it is so life-changing. It very much is. And luckily I have experienced that. But it is very much life-changing. But anyway, orcas, you see, they mourn, they love, They're very intelligent. They too have very long lasting memories. And if you fuck with one of theirs, they're gonna fuck you up. And then they're gonna teach their pod, and then their children, and then they'll even teach other pods, and it'll spread out. You know, like you're sort of seeing them all attacking certain boats right now, and they're teaching their pods to it because of they'll be running over their babies or hurting theirs with, you know, propellers and weird shit. Don't be fucking. Somebody fucked with one of theirs, and now everybody's getting annihilated. There are far more many animals in this world that are more vicious with longer serving memories, and all rightfully so. If you fuck with theirs or they're young, or hurt one of their pod or any that they see as part of their grouping, um, but they are very empathetic and loving and intelligent and very gentle and kind creatures for the most part until you fuck with one of theirs. Whereas bears will just fuck you up. But they will indeed a lot of times just leave their young behind. It's weird. Anyway, so yep, I don't know if I had to choose. I'd need a car sticker of an orca or an elephant. I'm just saying, you know. Hey, Ernie, are you trying to annihilate all the hard work I've put into trying to organize that to where I can? No, Ernie. Of course he is. Alright. Anyway, you guys. You might want to adopt a cat. Ernie! I know what he's after right now. He's after the delectables up yonder. And he's gonna destroy things all down here to get to them. Crack addict. Tuna. Catnip. Delectable. Crack addict. You gotta love them. So anyway, I don't know what's in those delectables, guys, but they're... It can't be good. It can't be. I'm in the red. They say it's basic stuff. I think they're lying. There's something addictive in a terrible way about them. So anyway, you got... Alright, somebody's in trouble. Hold on. Water is your friend when you have a hurricane that's furry and does not take no for an answer. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Orcas and elephants, man. You know what you're doing. You know what you did. How you gonna be bad and expect the treats? And who do you think is gonna open it for you? Oh, I guess she thought you were going to. That wouldn't have turned out well. Unless you could figure out how to squeeze at the same time. Idiot. So anyway, you just know I'm gonna end up giving him one. I'm a sucker. So anyway, don't look at me like that. You're mean, I'm not mean. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna find my way outside, enjoy the weather. Sun's back out again. And my flowers and adulting. Cup of salted caramel espresso. What are you looking at? Like the Holy Ghost or something? Pope flying around. Flying nun shit or something? Anyway, y'all, I'm out of here. For right now. Y'all have a good morning, good evening, and good night wherever y'all are. Enjoy the spec and the vast cosmos and the dance on it. In whatever weather and storms you find yourselves in today, and always, we only get a short time here. Try to make it easier and better on one another, not harder. It's already hard enough to be human on this tiny speck. Alright? And please remember, the little pebbles, little sparks, and single voices matter. Little things always matter. They can and do change the world. And lives. They always do. Some way, they always do. Even if you don't think so. Even if you think they don't matter. They matter. So whenever and wherever you can, do a little thing. Alright? And, as always, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. That can and does save lives. For medical emergencies, crimes, whether in home settings or public settings, those with disabilities, those needing to stay quiet in the middle of crimes occurring, alright, those far away and hollows, far away from response times, far away, And, as always, please share Summer's picture, information, and color by name. And by info, y'all know what I mean. Not tragedy events, not any of our dumbasses, not social media. I mean, Q&A from the feds over there. I mean, LE, local surrounding state police, TBI, etc. And, real journalists, investigative journalists like Bubba Ansley, sources like WJHL, WCYB, Times News Online, Kingsport Times News, Hawkins News over here, which is Bubba's, and Rogers Review, Johnson City Press, Bristol Herald Courier, sources like that, okay? And if you can, change out the link for the info when you share. That way the right piece at the right time might hit the right eyes or ears. And then someone having and the key or the thing or whatever is needed if something's still needed. Will be called in and or taken in or whatever. And Summer will be brought home and justice will look her for her. And by the beautiful minds and hearts and souls of those who have worked the hardest and been the true detectives for her. And I know it sounds crazy, but it can also help out, shake loose, or capture the person or persons responsible. Alright, because somebody's like, wait a minute, every time, I post something or say something or they see something on my thing, they're acting weird or this or that or even who knows, maybe the person or persons responsible see enough of that. Maybe they grow a heart of their own and walk in and turn themselves in. You just never know. But it's worth a shot, and it's a very tangible one. And the most tangible way in which you can help someone. Alright. Anyway, much love you all. Enjoy your days, nights. Okay. Find a good tune and dance. Make some cookies. Find a favorite scent. You know. Y'all have a good day.